guys, how are you? Levi stole my dig spot. Oh no. Hi, hello. Oh, Crimson's here. Crimson's here. Hello. Hi, Drock. 7 stream streak, and here's to 7 more. Hell yeah. Hi, Apple. Levi, congratulations on the fruit. Hell yeah. Who got first? Who got first today? Oh, Drock, you got first. Hell yeah, congratulations, friend. Oh no, Tomato, was it taken from you? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I guess you gotta be quicker than that. Sometimes Twitch doesn't give you guys like enough time, I think. It loads at different rates for different people. How are you? Did everyone eat dinner? Everyone ate dinner, right? I never closed the tab from 3 hours ago. Oh my goodness. The dedication. So admirable. I think I was quicker than the Discord bot too. Probably. The Discord bot is incredibly slow. Also, hi Dr. King, nice to see you. Hello. I'm having a very late dinner. At least you're eating. Hi Lively. Welcome back, welcome back. I had ice cream. Foxy, you had ice cream for dinner? Wait, ice cream for dinner? I don't know. I don't know if I can accept that answer. I kept my promise. Oh. Having lunch at work right now. I'm glad. I'm glad. Thank you for keeping your promise. Thank you. Oh god, the rain sounds are going to put me into a coma. Good. Good. That is the... That's the goal here. The whole point is for you to fall asleep with me reading to you. Right? That's what a bedtime story is for. I'm jealous, Cher. Yeah, what kind of ice cream was it, Foxy? Just make sure to have something else too eventually, okay? Yeah, we do care about you. A hunter must hunt. Jared, what are you hunting? I would have a second dinner if it wasn't so late already. Not enough time to get hungry again. True. Although, Druck, I think you did exceptionally well because the last time you ate dinner it was almost 5 a.m. for you. So, I'm proud of you for eating earlier. It's only 2:30, still have several hours of consciousness left. Not if I have anything to do about it. I plan on making you so nice and cozy. You don't want that? You don't want to be so nice and cozy with me? It was strawberry cheesecake? Strawberry cheesecake? Ice cream? Oh my god. Strawberry cheesecake ice cream. It sounds so good right now. God, that sounds so good right now. I'm hunting you. You're hunting me? Oh. Oh my, chat. I'm being hunted. True. 6 a.m. bedtime is calling. Oh my gosh. Sleepy and cozy? I wish. Oh. I mean, you're welcome to be sleepy and cozy, but you're at work though, huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I mean, if you stay here long enough, you might not have a choice. You might end up being so sleepy and cozy. Also, chat, I added a new redeem. I don't know if anyone has enough points to test it for me. I wanna see what the sound is like. I noticed. I'm not sure how loud it is, so I'd like to adjust if needed. Hi, Computer Geek. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Okay, I guess that's my cue. You don't... Is that too quiet? Pretty quiet, to be honest. Chat, what says you? Should I turn it up a little bit? Right now I have it set to the same as the other ones. Yeah, that's the owl. Yeah, I just realized the redeems are different on this stream. Cass, you ready for this? Ready for what? A little bit. Okay, I'll turn up the frogs. It was a little quiet. Thank you. 100 stream streak! Oh my god! 100? 100 is crazy. I don't want to, like, blow your eardrums out though, chat. So what if I... If I test it, I wonder if you can hear it. Hold on. I'm gonna test it. You tell me if it's too loud, okay? Okay. How is that? That's fine. That's my ghosty bestie for real? Oh. It's my fishy bestie for real. Sounds fine. Still kind of quiet. What do you guys think? It is 6:30 p.m. for me, and yet the sound of your voice is making me calm and relaxed. Pretty helpful, since Night Rain has been a bitch to me today. Oh, I'm glad that I can help you calm down. Sounds good to me. I'll test it one more time. So if I'm reading, I'm just going to continue to talk while it plays. I just want to see if it's... I found this frog sound and I was like, it's kind of perfect. It's kind of perfect for the ambiance, you know? I like it, Froggo. Okay, cool. Not too bad. Yeah, I think any louder would hinder. True. Because the thunder is loud. The thunder is meant to be loud. Very nature. Very nature. Much nature. I'm enjoying my ghost ASMR. Oh, Red. I'm glad. Okay, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it at that volume then. Oh, Squishy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. Okay. Let's see. Alright, perfect. So, for those of you who were here last stream, are we looking forward to the next chapters? I will make sure, because I know some of you were not here last week, I will make sure we go over a little summary of what we read. The House of Hollow is the name of the book we're reading. None of my streamer friends are here, but this is their fault somehow. What, the graveyard not giving you anything? Very possible. It could definitely be their fault. I'm back. I'm hiding in the bathroom at work. Mia! Well, thank you for being here. Welcome. We are reading a book tonight. It's called House of Hollow. It's very good. It's a dark fairy tale, dark modern fairy tale. It's very good. Yes, I'm blaming Autumn specifically. Okay, pet. Oh, thank you for the Discord. Thank you, thank you. Are we having quiet time? Kind of. At this time every Saturday, I do reading ASMR streams to help people sleep. And a lot of people really like it. Oh my god, you found a brick! W brick. But the book House of Hollow is about these three sisters. They go missing at age 7, and then they miraculously come back. And wherever they went when they went missing changed them. And the whole book is about figuring out what happened to these girls. One of them goes missing again, and it is the story of the youngest sister trying to connect with her middle sister while they're trying to look for their missing older sister. Every time I'm here for the book reading, I feel like a child who was absolutely unhinged earlier in the day, yet whenever you start reading, I stay still and behave while listening intently. It's like, if anyone attended like kindergarten or anything with reading time, I feel like it's something akin to that. It's like right after snack time and you start to get a little sleepy. 5 out of 5 doctors recommend having a cute ghostie read you for better sleep. I made it for a book. Yes, LGA, you're here. You're here. We're doing reading ASMR tonight. And I was just about to get into the recap of what we read last week. So, right now, tonight, we're picking up on chapter 14. So, last stream, our main character was looking for her missing older sister. And they found her. In the last section that we read, she came back from the between area. It's kind of like akin to like limbo. It's where you go, or like think like Insidious. It's like where you go when you die, if you get like trapped there. Hydrate before you read. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like a kindergartner. Speaking of snacks, I brought Pop-Tarts. What kind of Pop-Tarts? What kind of Pop-Tarts? Thank you for the hydrate. So before we continue, before we start chapter 14, I'm going to, as I always do, read the last page of chapter 13 to give us kind of an insight. So kind of like a purgatory. Yes, exactly. So essentially, at this point in the book, the main characters, the three sisters, have found out that when they got taken at age 7, they were transported to this dimension. And then they came back. But when they came back, they were changed. They were a little different. And it seems as though, at this point in the book, we found out that our older sister knew this whole time. But the younger sisters had no idea or didn't remember. So that's kind of the gist of it. Kind of the gist of it. Okay. And here we go. Perfect. Kind of like a purgatory. That's a pretty good way to put it. Okay, let's see. So let's see where we left off. I'm pretty sure Gray, who is our oldest sister, is still in the hospital. Yes, that's exactly right. I like how the books float behind. Oh, it's Casket ASMR time. It is. Alright guys, I'm gonna read back the last page and a half. So that way we can kind of pick up where we left off, okay? Alright. I shall reclaim what was formerly mine. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, Dynamic. Okay. Tyler rolled his eyes. Your mother does not hate Gray, Iris. So dramatic. I stared at the door through which she had left. No, she does. I knew it profoundly. I had known it since the night Gray left home. I knew it on the nights I curled up next to Kate on the couch. I knew it in the mornings when we ate our homemade jam. As surely as many children know they are loved, I knew that Kate despised my sister. She manages to mask it most of the time, but there's something ugly underneath. I see it sometimes. Kate is afraid of her. I don't know why. You sound like you belong in the psych ward with your sister. And I thought you were going home. Yes, well, I look like utter garbage. I can't let the paparazzi shoot me in this state. A lie to mask the truth. He was worried about Gray, too. I always knew Gray was a bit off. I liked it. It seemed, I don't know, dangerous in a sexy way. I never thought she was completely nuts, though. I don't think she is. Oh, please, you heard what the doctor said. I have also seen things over the past week, and I can't explain. If it's all in Gray's head, then why can Vivi and I see it too? Folie à deux, Little Hollow. Or in this case, folie à toi. Tyler tapped my temple. Sometimes madness is catching. Vivi came back an hour later. Once darkness had settled over the city, the knuckles of her right hand were raw and bleeding from punching a photographer as he tried to manhandle her for a picture. The three of us went down to the hospital cafeteria together and ate pre-packaged sandwiches and old oranges for dinner, and then trudged back upstairs to wait and wait and wait. Vivi went to sleep again, her hand bandaged and iced by a nurse. Tyler stared dead-eyed at his phone screen, scrolling through tweets and Instagram posts about Gray's disappearance and subsequent miraculous return. The story was blowing up on social media. There was already a fan art meme trending online of Gray as a venerated saint, rendered in watercolor, a banner behind her reading, "In Hollow We Trust." Dozens of celebrities had reposted it, rejoicing at our sister's return. I watched over Tyler's shoulder for a while, and then, even with the plastic chair beneath me biting into my bones, I eventually slipped into a fraught and fitful sleep. And that is where we left off last week. Oh, I'm glad the celestial magic is working. Okay, chat. Let's pick up on chapter 14, shall we? I have a feeling the book is about to get good. I woke just after midnight with my head on Tyler's shoulder. My neck was pinched at an angle, my bladder urgently swollen. I stretched off some of the sleep and then made my way to the toilets. The hospital was darker and quieter than it had been earlier in the evening. No lights came on in the room, so I peed in the dark, my eyes still drooping shut as I rested my elbows on my knees and cradled my chin in my hands. The scar at my throat was crawling again, begging to be scratched. I pressed my fingertip to the familiar ridge of scar tissue and felt something move beneath my skin. Jesus fuck, I spat, lurching off the toilet seat, sending droplets of piss down my thighs over the floor. You imagined it. I sat back down and finished peeing and cleaned myself up, my heart whipping an angry beat inside my chest. My whole body was fizzing. You imagined it. Don't touch it again. I flushed and went to wash my hands with my head down, too afraid to look up at the mirror. What would I see at the base of my neck? The pale, flushed bud of a carrion flower about to burst through my skin? Or something worse? I looked up. The room was too dark to make out anything but the vague outline of my body, so I turned my phone flashlight on and rested it on a soap dispenser. The beam of light pointed in my direction. The light wasn't kind to my features. It scrubbed the color from my complexion, carved any softness from my bones. I was a demon in this light. A monster. I couldn't look myself in the eyes without feeling a snap of fear. Don't look at her. I leaned in. I looked. There was a small pustule erupting at one end of my scar, its head hard and shiny black. As I watched it, it moved again. The flicker of something beetle dark and spindly beneath my skin. A tear slipped down my cheek. What the fuck was happening to me? I pressed the sharp edge of my fingernail into the lump, enough to break the skin and tear the head away, and then waited and watched to see what was beneath. Something. Okay, chat, sidebar. Between you and me, I hate this so much. Okay. Something unfurled. Tiny legs A black body. An ant. It crawled out of the wound and made its way across my collarbone, tickling my skin. A second followed it, hopping from the tiny bore hole in my flesh, and then a third, until the pustule was empty. Thoughts of Gray's abandoned apartment filled my head, the line of ants and something dead, and gruesome hidden beneath the wall. I leaned in closer to the mirror, closer to the light, and gritted my teeth as I took out Gray's knife and used the tip to open the wound wider. The hot pain made more tears skim down my cheeks. A bead of blood slipped between my breasts. I blotted it away with a paper towel. There was something there beneath my skin. Something smooth and pale. What the hell? I whispered. It was skin, I realized as I leaned in for a better look. More skin. A second layer of it beneath my own, just as there had been a second layer of wallpaper beneath the one we'd peeled away. My phone slipped from the soap dispenser and clattered to the floor, setting the room strobing. The phone landed at my feet with a glassy crack and shot a beam of light at my face from below. For a second, it was not myself I saw in the reflection, but someone else. Something else. I grabbed my phone and clambered back into the waiting room, madly swatting the ants from my body as I went. I thought I might vomit. I wanted to find one of the nurses, get them to rinse out my wound with alcohol and tell me I was imagining things, but there was no one around. Vivi was sprawled out on the floor, her head resting on her rolled up jacket, her backpack tucked under one arm. Tyler slept sitting up. Apart from that, we were alone. I hurried to the nurse's station, where the medics, who'd cared for us all afternoon and evening, were nowhere to be found. "Hello?" I said. A sandwich sat unwrapped and half-eaten on a stack of paperwork. A can of Coke had been knocked over and left to drip into a puddle on the floor. I went from the waiting room to the corridor, where Gray's room was. The lights above me flickered. A clot of darkness swelled at the end of the hall, where the ceiling lights had already been choked out. To my right, a doctor and a nurse squatted in an alcove, their bodies pressed together like soft fruit. Each took quiet, shallow breaths. They were holding hands, shaking, their eyes wide and wet. I looked down the corridor towards my sister's room, and then back at them. The nurse shook his head. "Don't go." I went. I pushed into the stuttering dark, down the long corridor. Gray's room was easy to identify. It was the one with a chair out in front of it. Except the chair was toppled on its side, and the police officer who was supposed to be guarding my sister was sprawled face down on the ground. There was blood. Not a pool of it, but slashes. Gray's door was locked. I jiggled the handle and then pressed my face against the glass to see inside. It was soaked in shadow. The curtain was drawn around her bed. There was no movement. Just as I was about to bang on the door to try and wake her, a bloody hand closed hard over my mouth and yanked me back. I tried to scream, tried to thrash against my captor as they dragged me into the room opposite Gray's, but they were stronger than me. "Stop," ordered a low voice as they pushed me roughly against a wall. "Stop, it's me." Gray lifted her hand from my lips and pressed a blood-slick finger to her own. My sister was a caricature of a madwoman in a red, splattered hospital gown. Her eyes and hair were wild, her lower jaw shaking. In her bloody hands she held a scalpel. What remained of her restraints hung loose and tattered at her wrists. A spark of déjà vu. Gray, with a blade in her hand, and then gone. The familiar image there, and then already fading from my mind like white spots left after a flash. "What's going on?" I whispered, horrified. "He's coming here," she said, "to take me." "Ray," I whispered. I spat onto my sleeves and scrubbed the blood from my lips, and then took my sister's face in my hands and tried to get her to look at me. She was skinnier now than when I'd last seen her. Her collarbones pushed through her skin, and her hair had been lopped off above her shoulders. "Gray, look at me." She did, eventually. She was calmer now, and this afternoon, no longer rabid. I let the joy of her being alive, flood me again. I wrapped my arms around her wasp waist and squeezed her close, my head on her shoulder. Gray was rigid for a moment, and then she melted into the hug. "I'm sorry I hurt you," she said as she pushed back and trailed her fingers over a soft bruise along my jaw. "I was scared." It's okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just glad you're okay. Where were you? What happened?" Gray's eyes welled, and she pressed her lips together. "He took me, that bastard. I thought I'd never see you again." Who do you think's coming for you?" "Wait," she said. "Watch." I glanced at the floor, where arterial blood dripped from the tip of the scalpel, the tips of Gray's fingers. Another smack of déjà vu. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Did you hurt the policeman, Gray?" Gray's eyes went to his body, and then back to her ward door. He was not what he seemed. I swallowed my horror and took Gray's free, bloody hand in my own. What would this mean for her? A lifetime in prison for his murder? Or would they go easy on her because of her mental state? Not guilty by reason of insanity, the rest of her 20s spent in a mental institution? Both options were grim, life-destroying, as she had done something gruesome to an innocent man whose only crime was trying to protect her. We waited together. We watched together. In the minutes that passed, my sister stood unmoving and unblinking by the glass panel, her eyes bolted to the door of her hospital room across the corridor. I thought about what that doctor had said earlier in the evening, that Gray was in the grips of psychosis. It ran in our family. This predisposition to derangement, it had happened to our father, after all. The day he killed himself, Gabe Hollow woke us in the early hours of the morning and bundled us into the family car. Kate was still asleep. We went quietly, without complaint. We could sense the danger in him. He handled us roughly, slammed the car doors, screeched out of the driveway. But what could we do? How could we fight? We were only little girls. Gabe drove erratically. He was muttering to himself, crying, screaming that he was going to drive the car off of a cliff and kill us all if we didn't tell him the truth. Where were his children? What had we done to them? Who were we? What were we? Vivi and I bawled our eyes out in the back seat, but it was Gray, sitting in the passenger seat up front, who talked him down. "Please, Papa," she whispered. "Don't call me that," he said with a sob, knuckles stone white on the steering wheel. Gray put her tiny hand on his arm. "Take us home." Her morning breath smelled strange, both syrupy and sour at once. It wasn't until a year later when I saw her kiss that woman who broke in, that I began to suspect Gray had compelled our father, and probably saved our lives in doing so. Gabe took us home and killed himself later that day, while we were at school. We found him when we returned, hanging from the banister in the entryway. Vivi and I screamed, but Gray didn't. She dragged a chair over to his body and patted him down and took the note he'd folded in his pocket, read it, and then tore it up into small pieces and threw it out the window. I spent the afternoon in the garden, collecting all of the scattered scraps in my pocket, while Kate called relatives and made arrangements for his funeral. It was late spring, an unusually hot day in London, and afternoon temperature climbing up past 30 degrees Celsius. I sat in my room and taped all of the pieces of his note back together with sweaty hands. I didn't want this, it had said. 4 words to sum up a whole life. I wondered if the same thing was happening to Gray right now. I wondered for a brief moment if Tyler was right, if Gray's hysteria was catching. How much of what we had seen was real? Had there really been a dead body in Gray's ceiling? It had happened quickly, and I had no physical proof of the strangeness, only scent and blood and memory. No one but Vivi and I had seen it. We had not been sleeping well, had been fueled by caffeine and adrenaline. The edge of our reality had begun to twist and blur, and it brushed up against something else. There was a hitch in Gray's breathing. She closed her fingers around the door handle, still holding the scalpel. Still staring at her room across the hall. "Take off your shoes," she said. "What?" I looked down at Gray's own bare feet. The nail beds were blackened, her ankles rubbed raw from restraints. "Why?" "Do it. He's here," she said. The flickering lights went out, and darkness dropped over the hallway like a stone. I scuffed out of my shoes and held them in one hand. And then he was there, just as she said he would be. I knew him from his silhouette. Even if I couldn't see his face, the man from Gray's burned-out apartment, tall and thin, the skull of a dead bull worn over his face, the stench of him palmed at my face, driving splinters of rot and damp and smoke into my nose. A flicker of broken memories skipped across the surface of my thoughts. A decomposing forest, a hand with a knife, 3 children warming themselves by a fireplace. 3 little girls with dark hair and blue eyes. Us. Whose house were we in? I was crying, though I didn't understand why. We were not safe here. Whoever he was, he had found us again. Found Gray, come to take her away from me. I wanted to run. I wanted my feet to move as fast as my heart was beating, but my sister tightened her grip on my hand. Not yet. The man knelt by the body of the police officer and turned him over. Except he was not wearing a police uniform. A thicket of white flowers was bursting from the dead man's eyes. His nostrils, his mouth, their petals waxy in the low light. Something was happening to him. Something I'd seen before. Hair-thin vines grew from the roots of the flowers in his mouth, twisting their way across the skin of his face. There was the smell of blood, yes, but also something green and sour. I covered my mouth to keep from gagging. He was not what he seemed, Gray had said. Not the police officer who'd been tasked with guarding her door. Someone else. The man tried the handle to Gray's hospital door. When he found it locked, he used his elbow to break the glass, and then put his arm through the through and unlocked it from the other side. He slipped into Gray's room and shut the door behind him. "We have to go now," Gray whispered. "Follow me." She opened the door and padded quietly into the hall, her bare feet, tiny drops of blood slipping from her hand as she moved. My own blood was thundering rapids, but my footfalls were silent as I followed her, also barefoot, crouching low as we moved past her room, careful not to step on any glass as we moved under the broken window. "You have to hide," Ray whispered to the doctor as we crept past her. The nurse had already disappeared, but the doctor was now an empty shell, gone from her body. There was a crash from Gray's room, an animal growl. He'd found her bed empty. The doctor looked that way and swallowed but didn't move. Gray knelt by the woman's side, tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, and then leaned in to press her lips against hers. It had been a long time since I'd seen Gray do this thing, and for a moment I wondered if it would still work. But then whatever sweet poison was carried on her breath, our lips, every inch of our skin, worked its way into the doctor's bloodstream, and I saw her melt beneath my sister's touch. And when Gray pulled back from the kiss, the woman's pupils were saucers, and she looked at Gray like a bride walking down the aisle on her wedding day. Awed, overwhelmed, the most in love she'd ever been. "Hide now," Gray said. The doctor smiled, punch-struck and dazed, and slipped into the room behind her. My pulse was a flurry. "Come," I whispered urgently. We ran then, hard but silent, towards where Vivi and Tyler slept, rounding the corner as Gray's door slammed open, sending more broken glass jittering across the floor. That noise made Tyler jump awake. Gray pressed her palm over his mouth and shook her head. Tyler swallowed. I woke Vivi with a finger against her lips. Her eyelids lurched open, but she was quiet, and I pulled her to her feet and motioned for her to take off her shoes, carry them in her hand. Gray removed her hand from Tyler's face and knelt to help him pull his shoes off. All was silent, and then came the crunch of heavy boots on glass. The footfalls were headed in our direction, following the line of blood drops Gray had left on the floor. Vivi put her backpack on. Gray pulled Tyler out of his seat and wiped her hands on her dress, and then the four of us moved softly, swiftly, towards the next hallway, making it around the corner a moment after the man stepped into the waiting room, the shadow concealing our retreat. I watched his diluted reflection in a panel of glass. There were 3 fresh runes written down his chest in blood. He crouched and placed his palm where I had been sitting. He picked up Vivi's rolled-up jacket from the floor and pressed it to the stripped bare bone of his mask, inhaling deeply. He nudged Tyler's shoes with his toe. From the back of his waistband, he pulled his gun and started in our direction. We peeled away from the wall we'd been pressed against and ran soft-footed down the corridor as quickly and quietly as we could manage. As we rounded the next corner, Gray slammed into a body. A green aura of stink exploded in my head. I breathed the figure. A woman, I could see now, in the half-light, but Gray drove the scalpel up under her chin and cut off her cry when it was still no more than a breath. Gray yanked the scalpel out of her head and held the woman tightly against her as she lowered her, gushing blood, to the floor. The blood was full of clots and smelled of decay. We kept running, in the dark then, turning corners, backtracking when figures appeared at the end of the hall, or when a wall of smoke and rot stench hit us. Gray was doused in blood, but was it blood? In the half-light, the stains down her front seemed to twitch from her across the shadows. "We need to get off this floor," Gray whispered. "Out of this hospital." "There," I said, pointing to a door at the end of the corridor. "Emergency exit only." It read, Alarm will sound when door is open. Do it, Ray said. Run and don't stop running. We ran. Vivi reached the door first, slammed into it at the same moment the alarm split my teeth open. I followed her, and Gray came up behind me. Tyler hurled himself forward through the door at last, and when I looked back, the man was coming straight for us, the bone of his mask catching shards of light as he charged in our direction. Go, 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 fucking go, Gray screamed as Tyler pulled the door closed, the man hitting it 3 seconds behind us, popping it from its hinges like a craft popsicle stick. We flew down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, our feet slapping the concrete, our lungs sucking hard. The man was fast and agile. As we tore down the stairwell, gripping the handrails to swing around the corners faster, we heard him gaining on us. And then we smelled him gaining on us. And then we felt him gaining on us. The wet hotness of his breath, flecks of sweat from his arms and chest, flicking the back of my neck. Tyler screamed. I turned. The man held him by the collar and had him pressed up against a wall. Ray was already there. She plunged the scalpel into the creature's chest and fell back. The gun went clattering down the stairwell, lost somewhere below us. The surgical implement looked comically small lodged into his flesh, a toothpick stabbed into a watermelon. He dropped Tyler, who scrambled towards us, choking. We backed away down the stairs as he plucked the scalpel from his chest like a splinter and flicked it to the ground, where it made a pretty twinkle sound. Run, Gray said. We turned and hurled ourselves downward again, out the door at the bottom of the stair and into the cool night. After the shrill alarm of the stairwell and the thick stink of the horned man, the night felt crisp and quiet. We'd been spat out at the back of the hospital. The man burst out of the stairwell behind us, clipping the horns of his mask on the doorway. Gray was the fastest out in the open, and she ran hard through the gap between hospital buildings until she reached the street, where she flung herself out in front of a passing car. It screamed to a stop, curls of rubber smoke rising from the asphalt beneath it. The driver wound down his window and started yelling obscenities. Gray pitched herself through the window and planted a desperate kiss on his lips. The man went quiet as she spoke in his ear, quickly, urgently, as we all piled into the car. And then Gray folded into the back seat, and the man shoved the car into first and smoking the tires again before we'd all closed our doors, and not a moment too soon. The man landed a fist on the back bumper, making the car fishtail as we sped away. And then he ran alongside us, almost keeping pace for a second or two, before we finally pulled ahead and left him in the middle of the road, doused in the faded red of our taillights. And that's the end of chapter 14. Like I said, I think you guys are going to like these next couple chapters. What do you think? What do you think of that one? Pretty good, huh? Ooh-wee. One of my favorite things about this book is the pacing. The pacing of how like the dialogue breaks up the action, and how the action just kind of like falls into it in like a rhythm. It's so cool. It's so cool. You like it? I'm assuming you like it? Crimson, you're so funny. I'm very into the imagery. I'm very into the imagery in this book. I mean, aside from the ants crawling under her skin, that is a no from me, dog. I do not like bugs. But the rest of it? Why are you shaking me? Why are you shaking me? I told you this book was good. Lamau, well, headed back into work. Have fun. Lively. Thank you for being here, friend. I know, keep going. Oh, you want me to keep going? You want me to keep going, huh? Hi, Ted. Thank you for claiming your daily piece of fruit. Hold on, let me hydrate before I keep going. Tomato. We both know you can keep going. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. But yes, you do know I have a plethora of stamina. Let me get some water in me. Why am I back at 60? I thought I had 61. I don't know. I don't know. Did you miss one? Did you get yours earlier? I think she must be the best kisser ever. How it just brainwashes everyone. I know. I know, right? You took my food? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't take anything. I wouldn't even know how to rig that. Even if I tried, I wouldn't know how. Okay. I know I did, because you made jokes about me being old. You're right, because you hit 60. And I was like, oh yeah, 60. You're an old man. You're right. Huh. I wonder. Someone took my fruit. I don't know, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Casket is our fruit. Oh. I'll make it up to you somehow. How about that? It's an offering. Yeah, maybe you just gave it to me. Okay, chat. Chapter 15. It's gonna be hard to follow up that chapter 14, but... Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, chat. Chapter 15. It's time for some bloody answers, Tyler demanded as I put my shoes back on. I couldn't disagree with him. My love, he said, holding my now unconscious sister's face in his hands. You must wake up. You've got some explaining to do. Would you let her rest? Vivi said. No. I just saw my girlfriend murder a woman with a scalpel, and that man, that thing, its skin was scabby and rotting. No more excuses. I don't think being unconscious is an excuse, you twat. Wait, didn't you guys say I was pronouncing that word wrong? Twat? You said I needed to pronounce it twat? I hate that. That feels wrong in my mouth. Nor do I. So wake up. I turned around from where I sat in the front seat. Let's just calm down and debrief for a minute. Oh, you want to debrief? You want to debrief. A murderous bull just crushed my esophagus, little hollow. I am not okay, and I am still not convinced this isn't all an elaborate ploy to ruin my fucking life, Tyler said to a still unconscious Gray. Do you hear that, darling? I know what you're up to. I sighed and turned back around. Where are you taking us? I asked the driver as he pulled onto the highway. Heading north? He stared, dead-eyed, out the windshield. But he was under Gray's spell, not mine, and had no interest in me. The inside of the car smelled like honey wine on the verge of turning to vinegar. The air was close, thick, with blood and some invisible magic. I cracked a window to let in some fresh air and clear my heavy head. How long would it be before someone realized our driver was missing? The Uber app was open on his phone. In the glove compartment was an assortment of things no doubt shoved in there before his shift started. 3 colored pencils, a pair of women's sunglasses, a charging cable, and 1 pink and 1 purple hair bauble, each with fine blonde hairs caught in the elastic. What if one of us has to pee? Vivi asked. Is he going to just keep driving? Now must be a bad time to mention that the hospital cafeteria sandwiches seem to be disagreeing with me, Tyler said. I thought about messaging my mother. But what would I say to her? We're driving north, but I don't know where. I don't know how long we'll be gone for. A masked man is trying to kill us all. Don't stress. In the end, my phone died in my hand before I could send anything. Maybe it was better that way. Kate would be sleeping in her lonely room in London, dreaming of a time before her children disappeared. Peeing didn't end up being a problem. We ran out of fuel less than 2 hours after our escape. Not far past Northampton, the car rolled to a sputtering stop on a quiet street next to a field, hemmed by a low fence. It was the early hours of morning. No one else was around. The driver, still under Gray's spell, got out of the car, left the lights on and his doors open, and started walking alongside the road. "Hey!" I shouted as I ran after him. "Hey, where are you going? Are you going to just leave us here?" Even when I grabbed his arm and tried to stop him, the man kept his pace, mouth slightly open, eyes unfocused. I let him go. I let him sink into that waiting dark. "Excuse me, I'm going to go and shit in the woods like an animal," Tyler said as he hopped over the fence and wandered into the field. "Charming," Vivi said. "You can really see why Gray dated him." "I heard that," Tyler called. "You were supposed to," Vivi shouted back. We waited. 1 minute, stretched to 5, stretched to 10. I kept wandering around the car, waiting for another vehicle to pass us by. Vivi kept holding her phone high like they do in horror movies when they're looking for a signal. Like that ever worked. I wondered if the driver would continue on foot all the way to the destination Gray had given him. I wondered how far that might be, and if the man would stop at all along the way. Would he walk until his feet bled, until his stomach growled and his joints ached? Would he break for food and water, or would he walk until he died? Did we have the terrible power to do that to people? "Iris, come here," Vivi said as I paced. I went to where she had trained the beam of her phone flashlight by the open door of the car. Vivi stepped aside to reveal Gray's waxy face. Her eyes rolled back in her head, her skin tight and slippery with fever sweat. "Oh my God, she looks terrible." I crouched and put my palm on her forehead. "She's burning up. What do we do?" "Take her to the hospital again?" Vivi suggested. "Because that worked out so well the first time." "Well, shit, I don't know. What if she's dying? We can't do nothing." "We could call Kate," I suggested, wondering if our mother would be willing to provide urgent medical care to the daughter she had thrown out of her house. Even if I had a damn signal, I'm sure Kate would be super enthusiastic about helping. We found a half-empty bottle of water and a gym towel in the trunk, and soaked it through and mopped Gray's forehead, trying to bring her fever down. Tyler came back, holding his stomach. "Now that that's out of the way, what's going on?" he asked. "You didn't notice that she was as hot as an oven? You incompetent dunce," Vivi snapped. A noise then, from the darkness. Footfalls on gravel, and a sloshing sound. "Who's there?" I asked. But it was only the spelled driver, now carrying a large red jerry can. Oh, thank God. "Well, look who it is," Tyler said, as the man passed Tyler and put his foot in front of the man's leg to try and trip him. The man stumbled and then kept on walking as if nothing had happened. "What's wrong with him?" "Don't torment him. He's not himself," I said as the driver went by me, in a world of his own. "What does that even mean?" Tyler asked. Vivi took Tyler's face in her hands, looked at him for a moment, and then leaned in to kiss him. It was a deep kiss, rich with whatever elixir lived on my sister's lips, my lips. Even I felt the power of it, and underneath that, something else. A pinch of envy. Vivi pulled back and watched Tyler carefully. "Well, I feel violated," he said as he wiped his wet mouth. "Yuck. Not interested, FYI. Been there, done that. You're all as bonkers as each other." "Interesting," Vivi said to me. "He's entirely unaffected. Maybe because he has no brain?" "How old are you?" Tyler said. Vivi could tease him all she wanted, but I knew why Gray dated Tyler. The second time someone kissed me was backstage after Gray's first House of Hollow catwalk at Paris Fashion Week. The show had been a resounding success, but I didn't feel like celebrating. A hard stone sat in my stomach because a man had been watching me for 2 days. I never learned his name. All I knew was that he was an up-and-coming photographer who wore a brown leather jacket and tied his light hair in a bun. He was tall and young and handsome and spoke with a purring accent. Women should have been all over him, but he lingered for too long around the models, and he liked to look at me too much. I suppose he figured that a teenage girl would be thrilled by the attention from a grown man. I suppose he figured that I liked the way he brushed his fingers across my back when he asked me for a selfie together. I suppose he figured a lot of wrong things. What I figured was this. It was vitally important that I was never alone in a room with him. I had spent 2 days making sure he never got the opportunity, not because I was certain something bad would happen, but because I couldn't be certain that nothing bad wouldn't happen. Now that the show was over, I could let my guard down. I was flying home to London the next morning. Gray had organized an Uber back to my hotel room, and the creepy man wouldn't be there. All I needed was to dash backstage to get my coat. Backstage had been chaotic for hours before the show started, busy with filament-lined models and makeup artists and producers darting across the space, yelling into headsets, but it was quiet now. The chemical smell of hairspray lingered, as did the burned hair tang of curls left in irons for too long. The Hollywood lights bordered each other of the mirrors were dark, and the dresses that each of the models had worn on the catwalk had been placed back into garment bags and hung on rails along one side of the room. I couldn't help but smiling as I passed them in the low light, these small miracles of thread and fabric born from my sister's wild brain. I'd seen rough sketches of her creations in the months leading up to Fashion Week, but nothing had prepared me for seeing them in real life, the beauty and grotesque of them. I found my coat draped across the back of a folding chair and shrugged it on. "Hello, Iris," a male voice said. I turned. It was the photographer. Here, with me, in the dark, alone. "Oh, hello. I didn't know anyone was in here." "They're not. Everyone's gone to the after party." "Where's Gray?" "I just saw her get in an Uber." That didn't sound right. Gray was supposed to take me back to my hotel before she went partying. Kate had made her promise. "I can give you a lift home, if you want." I tried to slip past him to see if he was telling the truth, but he caught my wrist and sent my heart cartwheeling to panic. "You're beautiful, you know," he said with his lips, but with his fingers gripped tight around my arm to leave bruises. He said something different. And then it happened. He leaned in to kiss me. He got too close. He breathed in the untamed power of me, fizzing with sweat and fear, and it sent him wild. The same way it had sent Justine Kahn wild. His eyes turned to saucers, and the next thing I knew I was on the ground, under him, under his weight, and his hardness as his fingers scratched at my waistband, trying to force their way into my jeans. I screamed and I fought beneath him. I thrashed and scratched at his face with my nails, but the sudden scent of his own blood only made him more rabid. The hot stink of his breath in my face, the warm trail of saliva he left on me as he kissed me, bit me, licked the wounds he left on me. I'm not sure if Gray heard my scream or felt my distress instinctually, but suddenly she was there, not gone, like the photographer had said, standing over us, wearing the face of a vengeful god. She took the man by the throat and wrenched him off of me with one hand, and then slammed him against a mirror, shattering the glass and light bulbs behind him. His slim fingers were so tight on his neck, he could barely breathe, but though his face was red and his throat made choking sounds as it struggled to pull air into his lungs, the photographer did not seem to mind. He was already violently high on her, giddy and lovesick. Why was it a useful, easy power on Gray, but on me it made me a victim? Gray was breathing hard, spitting venom with every exhale. She squeezed the man even harder until I could see the capillaries bursting beneath her grip. "You are going to go home," Gray ordered. "And when you get there, you are going to kill yourself. Make it slow, make it painful. Do you understand? The man bit his lip and smiled, and then nodded coyly, like he was flirting with her. Ray, I said through my sobs, don't make him do that. It wasn't entirely his fault. It was more of an accident. I got too close, and he went too far, and I don't know how to. Please take it back. Just let him go. Gray let go of the man's throat and slapped him hard across the face. A tinkling rain of glass shards fell from his hair. You're lucky my sister is more merciful than I am. Don't you ever fucking touch someone without their consent again. Get out of my sight. Get out of Paris. And don't come back. When he was gone, Gray rounded on me. And you have to be more. What? I snapped as I pulled myself off the ground. Careful? I was shaking, bleeding. I wanted Gray to fold herself around me like a blanket and make the hurt go away, but she didn't. She stood there and watched me, unmoving, as I did up the button of my jeans and pressed cotton makeup rounds to the bleeding bites on my neck, my shoulder. You have to be stronger, Iris. Are you kidding me? It's not like I asked for it. He followed me back here. Why are you angry with me? Because you're weak. Because you let lesser people push you around. Because you are afraid of how powerful you are, and you shrink away from it. Because I won't always be around to protect you. And I know you are capable of protecting yourself. Because you're more like me than you realize. Who the fuck are you? I asked. Because this person was not my sister. Her words were so vile, so wrong. How could they have come from Gray? How could this person, who claimed to love me more than anything, hurt me so deeply after what she'd seen happen to me? I thought, then, of the broken pinky finger on my sister's left hand. On my left hand. Does it hurt? I'd ask her when it happened. Yes, she whispered, cradling the swollen bones to her chest. It hurts so much. How can I make it better? She looked up at me, her eyes black, her breath coming in sad little drags. Break your finger, too. On my way out, Gray snatched up my bruised wrist in her hands. I winced at the layered pain, hurt on hurt. Use the gifts you have been given, she said to me. No one should be able to lay a finger on you. You can bring them to their knees, if that's what you want. You can make them pay. That isn't what I want, I said as I twisted out of her grip, the way Vivi had shown me after one of her Krav Maga classes. That's never been what I want. Why can't you get that? What I want is to be normal. Later that night, in my hotel room, I spent 2 hours in the shower, trying to scrub the smell of him off of me. And then, when it was gone, trying to scrub out whatever rotten thing lived under my flesh and made me so weak. I scrubbed my scar so raw it bled for days. So yes, I thought I knew why Gray dated Tyler. Because to be near a person who wasn't prey to your intoxicating power, to kiss someone who would never become crazed at the scent of you, someone you couldn't make want you, someone you couldn't make love you, someone who desired you of their own free will, was something I had daydreamed about but thought was impossible for me. We watched as the driver used a funnel to refuel the car, and then got back in the front seat and turned on the engine. Hey, I yelled as he pulled the car into first and began to roll away without us, all of the doors still open. We all piled in, Vivi in the front this time, Tyler and me in the back, and slammed our doors shut. I must say, I am not a fan of this Uber, Tyler said. 1 star, 2 at most. I sat with Gray's clammy head in my lap, her bare legs draped over Tyler's knees. Her hair was sodden with sweat, and her skin smelled sharp and wrong. Neat in vinegar, undercut with something sweet and floral, like gardenia. I pushed her hair off her forehead. Even like this, even ill and sallow and shaking, Gray was beautiful. I'd never seen her really unwell before. It had been always Gray taking care of Vivi and me when we were little girls, not the other way around. Gray had always been the one in charge. Gray had always been the strongest. I'm going to keep you safe, I whispered to her, just as she had whispered to me every night when she tucked me in. Forever, I promise. We stopped for more fuel not long after, at a 24-hour service station along the highway with acid white lighting. I dashed inside while the driver filled the tank. I bought a liquid painkiller meant for kids and water to try and lower Gray's fever. I was back in the car, my arms full of medicine and snacks from by the register, before the guy had even finished refueling. Tyler was walking around, stretching his legs. Vivi twirled an unlit clove cigarette in her fingers, maintaining eye contact with the glaring station clerk the whole time. Gray, I said as I slipped back inside the car and rested her head in my lap. The man docked the nozzle at the pump. Gray, you need to take this. I thought the man would head into the station to pay. He opened the door and started the ignition. Shit! Tyler! I called it as the car jerked forward. Get in! Tyler legged it after us and made it inside as the driver pulled out of the station. The clerk already outside yelling after us. Dude's gonna get us arrested, Vivi said. Help me with this, I instructed Tyler once we were back on the highway. I hiked Gray's limp shoulders farther up on my knees and held her head so Tyler could open her mouth and pour some of the painkiller in. Tyler leaned over and stroked the side of her cheek. A tender moment. He rested his thumb over Gray's bottom lip and then opened her mouth. There's something in there, he said. In her mouth? I leaned over and looked. There was something green and rank logged at the back of her throat. I put my fingers in past her teeth and tried to scoop it out. A slop of rotten leaves covered in a fur of powdery mildew. The tinny stink of it made my eyes water. Tyler and Vivi both gagged as the close air of the car ripened. I turned on the car's overhead light and looked in Gray's mouth, and then immediately wished I hadn't. I gagged too. A nest of rotten leaves and carrion flowers and ants, all growing in her, swollen with her blood, bursting from the flesh of her throat. What is it? Tyler asked. An infection, I lied. Drive faster. I instructed the driver, though I knew he likely wouldn't listen to me, or she might not make it to wherever we're going. We drove for 4 or 5 more hours, until dawn began to leach the dark from the edges of the sky, and all of us sat with our legs crossed, our bladders pressed tight and low. Gray's fever waxed and waned, but her skin remained slick with sweat, her lips sapped of color, her breath stained rotten green. I sank in and out of sleep. I wished I'd had an opportunity to tell Kate I was okay. Soon she would wake to the news that we had disappeared from the hospital overnight, that we were gone without a trace. What would that do to her? In the shadow light of early morning, I saw ants slip from the corner of Gray's mouth and walk a tight trail over her cheek towards her eye. Vivi yawned and stretched. Where are we? She asked as we pulled past the outskirts of a city. Edinburgh, I answered. I had suspected as soon as we had crossed the border into Scotland that this was our final destination, where it all began, a lifetime ago, on a quiet street in the old town, in a slip of moment between one year and the next. When I thought about that night, when I tried to remember it, nothing came back to me. It was only through the retellings of others that I could get a sense of what it had been like. The way Kate told it, there was no magic hanging in the air, no sense of foreboding, no tall stranger in dark clothing following unnoticed behind us. It was a normal night on a normal street. We were a normal family. And then Just like that, we weren't. Something terrible and impossible happened to us here. And I couldn't remember what, but maybe Gray did. Gray with her secrets and her perfumed lips and her unnatural beauty that had brought the world to its knees before her. Gray, who said she remembered everything. Everything. All the answers wrapped up on the other side of a fever. All we had to do was break it. A few minutes later, the car rolled to a stop on a tight, cobbled street. The city was still soaked in darkness. The light here was old, borrowed from another century. Even the modern streetlights seemed unable to fully shift the weight of the Scottish night. Tyler stretched and went to open his door. "Stop," Vivi said, looking up out the windshield at something I couldn't see. "There's a kid pointing a gun at us out her window." "A kid?" I asked. "Yeah, a creepy-looking little girl with a shotgun," Vivi said. The driver got out of the car slowly and stood there, staring up at her with his hands raised. I heard a gun pump. "You owe her," the man said, and then he turned, and without closing his car door, began walking back the way we came. How ruined would his life be from his night of driving 3 strange girls and a male supermodel across the country? "What's she doing?" I asked Vivi, who was sitting very still in the front seat. "I think she's contemplating shooting me in the face," Vivi answered. "The odds are not looking in my favor." I opened my door then, slowly, the way the man had, and slipped out from beneath Gray with my hands held over my head. The barrel of the shotgun moved to me. Vivi was right. The person holding it was a child, a little girl of no more than 10 or 11. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. The girl broke her stance, glancing over the gun to get a better look at me. My white blonde hair, my black eyes. If the girl knew Gray, she would see her in me. She drew the gun inside and closed the window. "I think it's clear," I said. Tyler and Vivi opened their car doors and got out. I thought for a minute that would be it, that the child would shut up the windows and lock the doors on us. But no, the front door opened and the girl stepped out onto the porch with the gun slung over her shoulder. She was tangle-haired and squalid, her hands and her bare feet thick with grime. She wore a cotton nightgown that might once have been white, but was now soiled with earth and muck. It looked like she had been buried alive in it, and then dug herself out of her shallow grave. Her eyes traveled from Vivi to me, back to Vivi's tattooed throat, and then my throat, to the shiny hook of a scar tissue that glittered in the eerie morning sun. Her eyes were wide, and her lungs drew the rapid, shallow breaths of a hare watching a wolf across a field, as if deciding whether she should run or remain stock still. Tyler looked over her shoulder and into the house. "Are your parents home, sweetheart?" "Shut it, Tyler," Vivi said. I took a step towards the girl, my hands raised. "We need you to help her," I said. "Gray sent us here because she knew you'd know what to do." The child looked at me, questioning. I nodded towards the back seat where my sister lay shaking. The girl stepped barefoot onto the cold cobbles and came to look at Gray. "Bring," she said. Her voice was dry and strangled. I wondered how often she spoke to anyone. "Bring her inside," she rasped. And so we did. Vivi, the strongest of us, held Gray under the arms while Tyler carried her feet. They set her down on a dust and crumb-covered rug in the living room just off the hall. I ducked back outside to close the car doors and the front door. There was a stack of 24 or so unopened envelopes piled up in the hall, all addressed to Adelaide Fairlight, our grandmother's name. It was also the name Gray used to check into hotels to hide her identity, so this was another one of our sister's hidden nests. How extensive was her web of mysteries. I knelt by Gray's side with the others and looked around the space for more signs of our sister. Green things had begun to grow through the windows and floorboards. Tendrils of vines snuck in through the window frames. Yellow pops of lichen burst from the walls. The wood stacked by the fireplace were cocooned in a fuzz of mold. The rug under the Gray's back was spongy, with some kind of fungus that grew in coral-like polyps that swayed softly when the air shifted. It felt like a place Gray belonged, and yet the furniture was sparse, and there was none of the trinkets she liked to pack in the hidey holes, with no incense or crystals or candles. I could only guess the apartment was a safe house of some sort, or that Gray had rented or bought it in our grandmother's name for the little girl. For a moment I wondered if the child was Gray's secret daughter, born after she ran away. I searched her features for similarities, but there were none. The girl had chestnut hair and green eyes, and besides, she must have been 10 or 11, and Gray left only 4 years ago. The girl left us then and went into the adjoining kitchen. There was banging, the sound of glass bottles clinking together, and a spoon stirring. The sound of glass bottles rang when she came back a few minutes later. She was holding a bowl. I caught the smack of vinegar and salt, mixed with licorice and anise and the bitter medical tang of wormwood. A witch's brew. The little girl motioned for me to open Gray's mouth and pinch her nose shut, and when I had done what she asked, she poured some of the liquid into Gray's throat. Gray gagged and swallowed and then immediately vomited. A placenta sack of rot and roots and greenery slopping out of her and onto the rug. "Oh, God, I cannot handle this," Tyler said as he stood and went outside. I heard him retching a moment later. The few snacks we ate in the car splattered onto the sidewalk as he made his retreat. The girl motioned for me to hold Gray's nose again while she poured more of the draft into her mouth. Again, Gray gagged, swallowed, vomited, this time bringing up sticky strings of bile laced with flowers and thin worms. The girl noticed the bandages on Gray's arms and laid her blackened palms over them. And then she went to the kitchen and returned again with a pair of meat shears and slipped them under the coils of the cotton, slicing the bandages off. Beneath the skin of Gray's arms was covered in 3 cuts, 2 of them closed with sutures that looked like barbed wire. White death flowers grew from each wound, a carpet of them, their roots vein blue from drinking deeply of Gray's blood. "Jesus," Vivi whispered. "What's happening to her?" The girl took the scissors she'd used to cut Gray's bandages and drew one of the blades across her own palm. I cringed at the thought of the pain, but when she opened her hand there was no blood, only a runnel of brown liquid that smelled at once of iron and sap. "It gets," the girl rasped, but her throat closed. She swallowed, tried again. "It gets inside you." She used 2 fingers from her opposite hand to hold her wound open. Inside were no capillaries or tendons or raw red flesh, but what you might expect to find on a decomposing tree on the forest floor. A fen of rot and moss and mold. A tear slipped down to Vivi's cheeks. What are you?" she asked. "It is in me," the girl said, placing her hand over her heart. "In her." She put her palm on the scar of Gray's throat. Finally she pointed at Vivi. "In you." Vivi shook her head, slowly at first and then more angrily. She smacked the tears from her eyes and stood. "Fuck this," she said. She kicked the bowl of the witch's brew, which went clattering across the room, and did what Vivi does, stormed out, probably to find an off-license that would sell her booze before 10 a.m. The girl tore a strip from the bottom of her dress and soaked it in a puddle of leftover tincture. "For you," she said as she handed the material to me. I was confused, but then the girl tapped the soft basin of flesh between her collarbones, and my fingers instinctively went to my own, went to my scar, where the knot beneath my skin had reformed. I pressed the wad of wet fabric to my skin. Something beneath the surface squirmed in protest. The girl soaked Gray's cut bandage with what remained of the remedy and then laid them over the cuts. Why? The girl began. She swallowed. Why did she do this? She asked as she ran her fingers over the wet strips of cotton. I held my sister's hand. I don't think she did. Gray has been missing for a week. We found her like this. I think someone did this to her. A man. A man who wears a bull's skull to hide his face. He cut her, the girl rasped. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would do that. The girl stood and grabbed the shotgun and pointed it squarely at my face. You cannot stay here, she growled. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, just a minute. No, she said, slamming the barrel of the gun into my shoulder, toppling me over. Go. Please just tell me what's going on. He has her blood. The way she spoke was like a wild animal that had been taught human language. He will always be able to find her. If she is here, he will come. He is already on his way. You owe her, I said quickly, echoing what the driver had said before he left. I didn't know exactly what a child could owe Gray. Only that reminding her had gotten us inside. Maybe it would be enough to let us stay a little longer. Gray was weak and dehydrated. I worried that moving her again would do more damage, and besides, the girl seemed to know how to care for her when a hospital couldn't. We needed to be here. We didn't have anywhere else to go. We need your help, and you owe her. Please. Please. The girl was breathing hard. When she wakes, you go, she ordered. And then she dropped the gun and followed Vivi and Tyler out onto the street. And that's the end of chapter 15. And I need to hydrate. So let's have a little break. What do you guys think? Let's talk about it. All of the images of bugs coming out of the skin is really, really getting to me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I knew it was there because I've read this book before, but like, ugh, God. Also, thank you to everyone who's followed while I was reading. Thank you so much. Yes, please hit me with some thoughts. It's a pretty good book, huh? It's a pretty good book, huh? Oh, I need to go back to bed. Hello. Thank you. Don't die? Alright, heard. Got it. I won't die again, I promise. I just want to know more. Well, I think we only have like 10 chapters left. I think we only have like 10 chapters left. The imagery is a lot. Like to be under your skin. Oh, I see. God, water's good. Yeah, some crazy imagery, huh? What do you think the story is with this little girl? Do you think she's of the other world too? Or of purgatory, has been to purgatory and came back? It's interesting that she doesn't have any blood, right? Very interesting. Like, and she's kind of living in squalor, you know? Like, and she's a little girl, so I wonder what happened. Yeah? Fairly standard for Northampton. Basil. I forget some of you probably know this setting way better than I do. I've never been to these places, but I know they exist. I'm sorry if I saw you trying to correct my pronunciation. I am not I am not meant for pronunciation. I am trying my best though. Hi Alex, how are you? Nice to see you, Pookie. Did you have a good day with the birthday girl? Yeah, I know all these places' names. Really? That's so fun. That's fun for me that you're familiar. Don't worry about it. All these places are like a few hours away. Wow. Gosh. That's so fun. Hi, Pookie. And yes, we also spending tomorrow as well. Oh, fun! Fun, fun, fun. I don't know why TMR just broke my brain. I was about to stroke out and I was like, no, I got this. I know what that stands for. I was like, oh no, wait, I can't read suddenly? How is that possible? But you don't typically see those letters together like that. Mm. You did lovely, Pookie. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mm. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know. This next chapter might be a lot, guys. We're gonna have to see. I eagerly await the gothic horror set in Milton. Oh. More things I'm not familiar with, it seems. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Jared. That's a good idea. Let me do that. 1 second, guys. So pleasant. Okay. My back is sufficiently cracked. Let's see. How's the book going? It's really spooky right now. The last 2 chapters that we read were pretty spooky. Like the imagery is gross, but like in the best way, you know. All right, are you guys ready to get into chapter 16? I'm ready to get into chapter 16. Interesting, interesting. Lots of rot. Do we need a flesh ants counter? God, I hope not. If I read another sentence about ants coming out of flesh, I'm gonna break character. I'm gonna break the reading and just go, guys, no, I'm done. I don't want to read about ants anymore. I think we'll be safe though, chat. I think we'll be safe. At least I hope. I hope so. I hope so. We're gonna see together. Come on, Ghosty, don't break character. I'm sorry. You read about ants coming out of someone's wound, it kind of like unsettles your tummy, you know? The tonal difference between the incredibly relaxed audio and the horrifying words is freaky. Yeah, I agree. I agree, I can't help it. But I also really like it though. Why do I feel like that girl is gonna die? Probably. Maybe she will. It could have been maggots, way worse than ants. One of the last sentences I read was that there were ants, or not ants, worms in her vomit. So, that's an image. Oh, thank you for the 65 stream streak, Gaizu. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. Oh god, ew. Yeah. It's okay. I'm hoping the worst of the descriptions are behind us, but it is definitely gonna get spookier. Definitely gonna get spookier. Oh, Nuggy, welcome in. Nice to see you. How are you, friend? Welcome to the afterlife. Don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. Any pet cat would have a field day. Yeah. Okay. Let's get into chapter 16. I'm good. What about you? I'm great. I'm so great. I'm nice and cozy and relaxed right now. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay. Everyone get cozy. We're gonna start chapter 16. Chapter 16. Vivi came back not long after. Much to my surprise. Not with a bottle of tequila, but with fresh bread and fruit and coffee. We ate together on the front porch in the cold morning sun. I told her about what the girl had said, that the man looking for Gray would find us here, like he'd found us at the hospital, that our time here was limited. Vivi sucked on a clove cigarette and breathed out a plume of smoke, her thoughts ticking. What? I asked her. It's like, well, maybe it's like how the three of us can find each other, he said. He has her blood, and so now he can find her too. How does that make sense? Look, Iris, I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. I have no answers for you. I'm just throwing some thoughts out there, trying to get a brainstorming session rolling. Okay, God. What do we do now? Keep moving, I guess. Forever? Until we can figure this thing out. What is there to figure out? How to kill a minotaur? We're humans, right? We're like the dominant species for a reason. We're terrifying. We have guns. We should easily be able to kill an upright cow. Vivi stubbed out her cigarette. I don't have patience for this anymore, she said as she stood and went inside. I heard her muttering to herself as she knelt by Gray's side and slid a pillow under her sister's head. I want to go back to Budapest. I want to go back to drinking elderflower beer and making out with beautiful Hungarian women every night. Do you hear me? Wake up and sort out your mess. I like my life. I took a long inhale and then spotted Tyler at the end of the street, walking towards me with new sneakers on his feet and a Nike shoebox tucked under his arm. In his floral shirt and leopard print coat, he was an hold on. He was an anachronism? An anachronism set. No idea what that means. Against the cobbled road and stone houses. Anachronism? Anachronism. Duh. Nice kicks, I said as he sank to the porch beside me. I offered him a banana and what was left of my coffee. Yes, well, he said after taking a sip. They're not exactly my usual style, but they'd run out of lizard skin Gucci loafers, so what's a man to do? I thought we might have seen the last of you. I went to the train station and bought a ticket. I even got on the train and found my seat. So why are you back here? Oh, some kind of fire alarm went off and they evacuated all the passengers. I obviously wasn't going to wait on the platform in the cold. And here I was thinking you were suddenly struck by a moment of conscious... God, no. Tyler stretched out his long legs in front of him and tapped his new shoes together. I read about your sister. Tyler said nothing. If you don't want to talk about her, It's fine. He scratched the bridge of his nose. It happened a long time ago. I'm the youngest of 4. The only boy. We were at a beach in the summer. I was 5. Rosie was 7. We were good swimmers. We were daring each other to swim farther and farther out. He recounted it like it was a Wikipedia article. It was the same way I talked about my abduction, if I had to. Removing the emotion and stating the bare bones facts made it easier. We got caught in a rip. We both went under. When they pulled me out, I had no heartbeat for 3 minutes. Eventually they revived me. They couldn't bring her back. I know it's not enough to say I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Tyler had only 3% battery left on his phone, but he unlocked it and navigated to his favorite folder in his photographs and showed her to me. Rosie. The little girl. I'd seen her in the news article, with long dark hair and a heavy fringe. There are pictures of her visiting family in Seoul. Pictures of her toothless grin on her first day of school. Pictures of her playing with her siblings, her 2 teenage sisters and Tyler. Rosie was the bravest and most mischievous of us 4, always getting into trouble. Sounds like Vivi. Vivi reminds me of her, actually. Both full of attitude and incredibly annoying, at times, but endearing somehow. Tyler put his phone away. Gray thinks I went there, you know. Went where? The halfway. For the few minutes my heart stopped. That's where she thinks I went. Huh? Oh, what? That was a very emphatic huh. Just that Gray told me once that she thought you were special. I wonder if that's why we can't make you do whatever we want. Tyler had died. Tyler had come back. Tyler was impervious to our compulsion. I thought you had this. I thought you thought this was all in my head. Well, the way Gray talked about it, I assumed like a normal person that it was a fairy tale. I don't remember much about that day after I went into the water, but I do remember the smell of smoke when I came to on the beach. My mother told me when I coughed up water from my lungs during the CPR, she thought she saw me coughing up flowers. I just never. It's real, isn't it? What's happening is real. Yeah, I think it is. I bought you a gift, he said. Tucked inside the Nike shoebox were 3 new iPhone chargers. Tyler handed me one. One for you, one for me, one for your aggressively tattooed sister. Thank you. That's weirdly thoughtful. People are always so surprised when I turn out to not be an absolute dick. To be fair, you do seem to go out of your way to act like an absolute dick. All part of my image, little hollow. Bad boy swagger. I'm actually very deep. I knew there had to be some reason Gray was dating you. Beyond my outrageous good looks, you mean? I didn't really go into the train station, you know. Tyler took a sip of my coffee and then turned to look through the door to where Gray slept on a squalid rug. I want her to be okay. I need her to be okay. Me too, I said as I patted him on the back. It felt so strange and so good to be this close to someone without having to worry about them sinking their teeth into my skin to taste me. Me too. I steadied myself with 3 deep breaths before I plunged my phone into charge. For the first time ever, I edited my Find Friends app to remove my mother from the list of people who were allowed to see my location. If she knew where I was, she would be on the first flight here to bring me home. I couldn't let that happen. It wasn't safe for her. I tapped her name in my favorites list and called her. Iris, Iris, Iris. My mother sobbed a half a second later. Oh my God, talk to me, baby. I'm okay, I said. The pain in her voice was corrosive. I felt it in my blood. God, how could I do this to her? I'm okay. Where are you? I knew I shouldn't have left you with that thing. I'm coming to get you. That thing? I can't tell you. I'm safe, but I can't come home yet. I don't know how long I'll be gone for. I don't know if I'll ever be able to come back. I thought about school then, and the carefully constructed fantasy future I'd allowed myself to dream about for years. The one in which I wore a navy Oxford uniform sweatshirt as I carried textbooks across the lawn of Magdalen College. The one in which I had classmates who didn't know me as a famous missing person or the younger sister of a supermodel, but as Iris Hollow, medical student. The one in which I had a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and kissing them didn't feel scary. The one in which I went punting on the river Cherwell and drank cider at summer picnics with my friends and spent long hours studying in libraries built inside the hallowed halls of old churches. A future that, at this moment in time, felt like it was slipping away. But I had my sister back, and that was what mattered more than anything. The thing that has taken everything else from me, Kate said. I'm not going to let her take you too. Tell me where you are. You are mine, not hers. Do you hear me? You are mine. Are you talking about Gray? Stay away from her, Iris, please. Wherever you are, just get away from her. You are not safe. You are... Kate, stop. I'm not leaving her. I'm not abandoning my sisters. Don't trust her. Run. Listen to me, please. You have to run. Run, run. She is not. I hung up and pressed the heel of my hand against my mouth to keep from sobbing. My phone vibrated with an incoming call. A picture of my mother and me, together, filled my screen. My opaline hair and pale forehead pressed close to her fluttering cheek, her mop of dark curls. We were both smiling. Our features were startling in the dissimilarity. The call ended. And then my mother called again. And again. And again. I blocked her number. My mother had called my sister a thing. My mother had told me to run from her. I didn't know what to do with that, except swallow my revulsion and lean back against the wall. The house was quiet. The three of us were together. Gray was alive. That was enough. I savored the calm for a half a minute, and then I typed Minotaur into Chrome and tapped Go. The search returned images of a hulking demon bull with an axe, cartoonish in its size and evilness. It was frequently depicted with washboard abs, cloven hooves, and glowing red eyes. Nothing like the man who was following us. The Wikipedia article recounted the Greek myth of a flesh-eating monster trapped at the center of a labyrinth by the master craftsman Daedalus. I scrolled down. The Minotaur appeared in Dante's Inferno, which piqued my interest. It was one of Gray's favorite books, but the mention was brief, and Dante and Virgil passed by it quickly. Picasso included the creature in several of his etchings. There were minotaurs in Dungeons and Dragons and Assassin's Creed. Useless. Under the Sea Also section, there was a list of comparable entries. I tapped on Oxhead, guardian of the underworld in Chinese mythology, and read about it, and Horseface, two guardians of the realm of the dead who captured human souls and dragged them to hell. I navigated back and tapped another name I vaguely recognized, Moloch, a Canaanite god associated with child sacrifice. I pressed my lips together and skimmed the entry. Archaeological evidence of children sacrificed in Carthage. Kronos eating his children. I stopped at the Peter Paul Rubens painting that had been included alongside the text. Saturn devouring his son. In it, a naked male god with gray hair and a gray beard bent over a small child he held in his hands, his teeth ripping at the flesh of the baby's chest. Jesus, I whispered. I put my phone down and ran my hands through my hair. I needed a shower. I needed to sleep. I went upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms. Though one was unfurnished in the double bed and the other was stripped of sheets, its bare mattress stained and sagging. The girl slept, I figured, in the nest of fetid blankets in the corner of the room, its layers lined with leaves and bits of paper. I knelt and unfolded a square of newspaper, a clipping that had turned brittle with age. Missing Child, the headline read, followed by a black and white photograph of a little girl. Underneath, the caption read, 11-year-old Agnes Young, the only daughter of Philip and Samantha Young, has been missing for 5 days. I trailed my fingertips over the girl's face, over the familiar white cotton nightdress she wore. Another clipping was the death notice from last year of one Samantha Young, age 96. Reunited with her beloved daughter, Agnes, at long last, it read. I folded them both and put them back where I found them, my thoughts snagging on the dates. I sat in the shower for a long time after that, my knees tucked up to my chin, arms wrapped around my shins until I was curled as tight as a river stone beneath the falling water. I cried, not a lot, and not easily. A few harsh sobs clutched at my ribs and squeezed me. I cried for the days Gray had been missing, and I cried in relief that she was here, and I cried for myself, for the life I had worked for and the life I wanted, the life that seemed so fragile now. I cried because my mother thought my sister was dangerous, and I cried because a part of me knew it was true. I felt better when I was done. I changed back into my sweaty t-shirt and jeans, my skin protesting at the salt and grime clinging to the fabric. Tyler took first watch while Vivi and I slept on the living room floor next to Gray. The day was unseasonably bright for winter in Embra. The room was hot with the boiler, and the air felt close and stank of rotting forest, but none of us had really slept the night before. The nights before that had been riddled with stress and waiting and wanting, so we both fell into heavy, dreamless sleeps. I slept more deeply than I had in weeks, my fingertips pressed to Vivi's wrist on one side of me and Gray's throat on the other, the rhythm of their pulses like a metronome. I woke through a hazy curtain sometime in the afternoon when the girl, Agnes, came back. I watched her for a little while as she sat in a chair by the front window, the shotgun resting across her lap. When I woke again, it was night. The house was dark, but there was a light on in the kitchen and the hushed voices of Vivi and Tyler, made soft and giddy at the edges, a guest by several servings of alcohol, drifted through. I put my palm on Gray's cheek. Her fever had broken sometime during the afternoon, and her skin was no longer sodden. When I peeled back the bandages on her arm, the flowers were wilted. The wounds they grew from almost healed. "Hey, kid," the gravelly voice whispered. I looked up. Gray's eyes were cracked only a sliver, but she wore a half-smile. "You're awake." "Shh," Gray said, laughing weakly. "I just want a few more minutes of peace before I have to get up." "I thought you were dead," I whispered as I buried my face in her neck. "I thought you were dead." Hey, no, I'm here. There is a body in your apartment. There are people following you. A man who wears a bull skull on his head. The little girl Agnes says he'll be here to find you." "How long have I been out? We should probably get back on the road before he tracks us down." "Who is he? What does he want from you? Did he kidnap us when we were children?" Ray ran her fingers through my hair and tucked a strand of it behind my ear. "No, he didn't take us when we were children. You said in Vogue that you remember. You remember everything that happened to us. So what happened to us?" There was a noise from the kitchen, a round of Vivi's snorted laughter. "Who else is here?" Gray asked. "Vivi and Tyler." "Tyler came? We haven't been able to get rid of him." Gray smiled. "Can I see him?" "What are we going to do, Gray?" "Where would we go now? How could we run from an enemy who would always be able to find us?" Gray tried to speak, but her throat caught and she coughed. "Hang on, I'll get you some water." I stood and stretched and went into the kitchen where Vivi had stripped down to a crop top and jeans, her bare feet up on the table, a clove cigarette in her mouth, and another tucked behind her ear. She and Tyler were playing cards and drinking whiskey. Vivi's wisteria tattoo had grown since I last saw it, now twisted under her bra and around her rib cage, across the flat plane of her stomach, and around her portrait of Lady Hamilton before it dipped below the waistband of her jeans. Purple watercolor blossoms bloomed from the vines. Some of the leaves had begun to curl and blacken with rot. I wondered if she'd purposely added to it, or if the ink had grown wild across her skin, unable to stop. "Care to join?" Tyler said around one of Vivi's clove cigarettes. He, too, was shirtless in the warm kitchen. I tried not to let my gaze linger on him for too long. "You two are playing poker and getting pissed on your... You two are playing poker and getting pissed on your watch?" I asked as I poured a glass of water from the sink. "We both have extremely high alcohol tolerances," Vivi said. By that she means we're high-functioning drunks who require at least a few shots of medical booze every day to remain operative. "Really, getting pissed was the responsible thing to do," Tyler said. "How's Gray?" "Awake," I said, and then nodded at Tyler. "She wants to see you." Tyler stood so quickly that his chair toppled over behind him. I handed him the glass of water. "Take this to her." "How is she?" Vivi asked. "Weak. I'm so used to her being strong. It feels so wrong to see her like this." "Well, thank God she's awake now to tell us what to do. If I had to make one more decision..." Vivi mined her head exploding. "Where's Agnes?" Vivi looked puzzled. "Who?" "The little girl." "Oh, the kid climbed up on the roof with the gun. Said if he's going to come, he's probably going to come at night. Thinks she's Clint Eastwood or something." "I'll take her some tea." There was no kettle, so I put a pot of water on the stove and waited for it to boil. Gray's fever had broken, I said, as I searched the cupboards for cups. "We should get out of here as soon as she's strong enough, preferably sober." Yeah, Vivi said as she leaned over the table to peek at Tyler's cards. I found 2 mugs in the sink, crusted with grime. They looked familiar. Raw clay on the outside, green glaze on the inside, imperfect handles. GH, stamped on the bottom, the mark of their creator, Gabe Hollow. Gray must have brought them here from London. I put my hands around one, cupping its form, holding it the way he must have held it as he turned it beneath his fingers on the wheel. My hands exactly where my father's hands had once been. I stirred dark leaves into them both. Tyler and Gray were huddled together on the couch when I went back into the living room, her head against his shoulder, his fingers in her hair. I lingered on the stairs and listened to them speak softly to each other, relieved whispers of "I missed you," and "I love you," and "I'm sorry," drifting to where I stood. I continued upstairs to find Agnes. She was in her room, sitting on the roof just outside her window, blackened feet still bare even in the caustic cold that had settled in after the sunset. I handed her one of the steaming cups of tea, and for a moment she hesitated, but then she took it. I crawled through the window and sat next to her and looked out over the city. The sleet light of winter sky had turned the world grayscale, and for a while we sipped in silence. "You were there," I said finally. It was a guess. "You fell through to the place my sister and I ended up when we were children. Except you didn't get to come home like we did. You got stuck." Agnes sipped her tea and didn't disagree with me, so I continued. "And then Gray found you and brought you back somehow. But wherever you were, you'd already spent too long there. It got inside you, changed you. The halfway never lets you go," she said. "Not really." The tea had wet her throat, smoothed over the roughness. For the first time, she sounded almost like a child and not like something wild. It's supposed to be a one-way ticket. Things that end up there are not supposed to be able to find a way back. What is it, the halfway? My sister seems to think it's somewhere between life and death. Your sister is right. It's a liminal space on the border of the living and the dead, though I thought of it more as a kind of hell. Everything that dies passes through there. People, animals, plants, most things move on quickly, as they're supposed to, but some things get stuck. Humans, usually. The ones who can't let go, or who are mourned too deeply by those they leave behind. There's an old folks song, "The Unquiet Grave." Perhaps you know it. I breathed into my cup. My breath rose off the surface of the tea and sent a warm, moist cloud to linger about my face. I did know the song. In it, a woman died and her lover mourned her so hard, weeping by her graveside for a year, that she couldn't find peace, couldn't move on. Was Agnes saying that the grief of the living could disturb the dead, could trap them in a slip of space between life and death? How did you end up there, if you didn't die? When I was a child, I was playing in Hollybrook Park at sunset. There were old chapel ruins that people said were haunted. My parents had banned me from playing there, but I was curious. I heard a voice on the other side of a ruined doorway. I followed it. I ended up somewhere else and I couldn't find my way back. Sometimes the veil between the living and the dead grows thin, and sometimes the dead speak to the living and lure them through. Is that what happened to you? Is that what happened to us too? I whispered. Agnes sipped her tea. You disappeared on New Year's Eve, at the stroke of midnight. Between one year and the next. Makes sense. The veil is thinnest at liminal times, sunset, sunrise, midnight. Agnes looked like a child, but didn't speak like a child. She had been missing for decades. I wondered how old her mind was. If you were near a ruined door, perhaps you heard the dead calling. Perhaps you followed. We were in the old town, on a street where a house had burned down a few weeks before. It was all destroyed, except for the front door frame. That was all. That was all there was, freestanding. Agnes nodded. A door that used to lead somewhere, but now leads somewhere else. You came back. You're like us. I am not like you. You must understand by now that you are different. Why are you so beautiful, do you think? So hungry, so able to bend the will of those around you. You are like the death flowers that grow rampant in your wake, lovely to look at, intoxicating even, but get too close and you will soon learn that there is something rank beneath. That's what beauty often is in nature, a warning, a disguise. Do you understand? No. Yet I did understand, on some basic level. The purple, otherworldly petals of the monk-shoed flower concealed poison that could deliver instant death. Poison dart frogs were pretty as jewels, and 1 gram of the toxin that coated their skin could kill thousands of humans. Extreme beauty meant danger. Extreme beauty meant death. There is something in your blood that lets you slip between the place of the living and the dead, and back again, as you please. Well, then, how did you get back? Runes written on my skin in your sister's blood. The runes for death. Agnes took my hand and drew a shape on my palm with her finger. A line with 3 prongs at the bottom of the shape of an inverted arrow. The rune for passage. Agnes drew the shape of a capital M. The rune for life. This time she drew the inverse of the first rune, a line with 3 prongs at the top. Ray figured it out. I don't know how. An incantation in blood and language to allow the dead to slip through to the world of the living. You're not dead, though. No. The man that hunts you is, though. I can stay here because I belong here. I never died. But he can only cross over temporarily using Gray's blood and the runes. What makes us different? Why were we able to come back? Why does our blood let us come and go as we please? Your sister is a wily one, a trickster, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Agnes reached out to trail a gangrenous fingertip over the scar at my throat. Do you think there is any terrible thing she wouldn't do to save you? Any line she wouldn't cross? Any sacrifice she wouldn't be willing to make? Tell me. Tell me the truth. Your life would be happier if you didn't know. Knowledge is power, and ignorance is bliss. There was a muffled yelp from downstairs then, followed by a thump. Agnes snatched her hand back from my throat. We looked at each other for a moment, each questioning each other. Did you hear that too? There was a silence for a few heartbeats, and then Vivi screamed and bolted us into action. I scrambled to get inside, but slipped down the old roof tiles. Agnes was faster than me, smaller and more nimble. She was already on the stairs by the time I hauled myself through the window. My limbs windmilling and adrenaline slamming. I heard glass break. A gasp of pain, Tyler swearing, took the stairs 3 at a time and stuttered to a stop on the last one behind Agnes, who was standing with her shotgun aimed across the room. The man had found us. In one hand he held Gray by the hair, her chin lolling on her chest, her hospital gown a Jackson Pollock painting of blood and vomit. Vivi, still dressed in a crop top and jeans, was hefted over his shoulder, biting and clawing and kicking, trying to break free. Tyler brandished a broken wine bottle and was trying to stab it into the man's chest, but he was too slow. His reaction softened at the edges by booze, and then he caught one of the horned man's fists full in the face and collapsed, boneless, to the ground. Agnes screamed. The man looked towards us. Agnes pumped the shotgun and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The gun went off, made a stippled mess of the man's shoulder, but he didn't bleed. He grunted and dropped Vivi and let Gray go, and then came barreling towards us. Agnes shot again. The man was furious now, and even a second shot that tore a chunk of dead flesh from his neck and sent shattered particles across him and across his bone mask flying like grains of rice wasn't enough to stop him. He slammed both of us into the wall, the wood and plasterboard tearing like paper beneath our weight. It was suddenly dark, and I couldn't breathe, the heft of two bodies on top of me, a pile of rubble digging into my neck, the soft parts of my back. Then, the weight of him was gone, and I sucked in a breath. The world blurred and rippled around the pain. I coughed up a wad of blood and spat it into the side. We'd burst through the wall and were sprawled out on the kitchen floor. I pushed Agnes off of me and stood, trying to ignore the too limp feeling of her body, the ugly angle of her neck. None of my limbs were broken, but whenever I inhaled, a bright pop of pain in my ribs made me gasp. I staggered back through the hole in the wall, which, I noted dully, was filled with crawling things and black mold. Tyler was slack on the floor, one side of his face bloody and sunken. The room was trashed and the front door was open. Both of my sisters and the man were gone. I didn't stop to check if Tyler was alive. I fished Gray's knife out of my coat pocket and lurched down the front steps onto the street. There was a sharp tugging pain across my collarbone that brought tears to my eyes. Somewhere, not far away, Vivi was still fighting, giving the man hell. I could hear her strangled shrieks, the slap of her fists against his skin, just around the corner. Vivi! I tried to scream, but the impact had crushed something in my lungs, in my throat, and I couldn't get out more than a wheeze. I tried to run, but kept teetering sideways as if I moved too quickly, a concussion, maybe. Then Vivi's screams abruptly stopped, midway, fizzling out, like hot metal plunged into water. I turned to the corner, half expecting to find the man standing over her lifeless body, but the street was empty. I caught the scent of smoke and rot. A handful of dry leaves curled across the cobblestone towards me. There was nothing. They were both gone. They had both been taken. No, I rasped, limping down the street. No, 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 no. They could not be gone. I would not allow them to be gone. Not both of them. Not again. I banged on doors and windows, wheezing a broken animal moan. Vivi! Gray! Vivi! Gray! I rattled door handles and rang bells. Lights came on in windows. Sleepy residents came to their doors and swore at me. Didn't I know what the fucking time it was? Somewhere, not far from where I stood, my sisters had been dragged through a crack in the world. I didn't know how to follow. The one person who did, a little girl with rotten limbs, was, I suspected, already dead. Tyler might be too. Something tightened in my chest, making holes in my lungs. I couldn't stand anymore. I sank to my knees in the middle of the street, struggling to suck in air past my broken ribs, and cried with my forehead pressed against the cobbles, until I heard sirens. And that's the end of chapter 16. My goodness, right? What the fuck is going on, chat? Holy moly. Right? We're like right at the climax of the book. Oh boy, indeed. Oh boy, indeed. Stuff's happening. Stuff is happening. Oh, W Fruit. What a chapter. I know, right? What a chapter. Okay. I need to do some stretching. Things are not sounding good for them. No, they're not. Why are you shaking me, Crimson? Why am I being shook? Why am I being shookened? Also, I think I saw some messages that I missed. Won't be in here long, but I'm leaving this message with a beam of support for you, Ghosty. Aw. I see you. Your soft tone is amazing and is always so sweet. Oh, that's so kind. Bad times bears for those guys. Yeah, truly. Shaking casket is always a good time. Okay, guys. Gosh, I don't know what I can or can't say without giving anything in the book away, so I'm just gonna hydrate once more and then we're gonna get back into it, I think. Does anyone have any predictions? I know Crimson specifically is probably trying not to make predictions, but I always kind of wonder what you guys feel is gonna happen. Indeed. Okay. I predict that we shall get good nappies. I do hope you guys sleep well. Oh, you were trying to deny your eepy side? It's okay if you fall asleep. Intense thinking. Maybe it's one of those stories where everyone ends up dead in the end? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Chapter 17. And then we join Casket. Yeah, everyone dies and then you join me here. Mystery solved. I'm pretty sure there's only 25 chapters in this book, so we're about to start chapter 17. Interesting. I will most likely fall asleep during this because more stuff in the morning. No problem. No problem. I am reading you guys a bedtime story after all. Please feel free to fall asleep. I know the rain is really soothing. Okay. Chapter 17. I hobbled back to Agnes's house in a daze before the police arrived to arrest me. What could I say to explain myself? Well, you see, officer, my sisters were kidnapped and taken to a mysterious limbo for unknown reasons. I suspect this is not the first time it's happened. I closed the front door behind me, then threw the curtains and turned off all but one light. Tyler was alive. Agnes was not. He sat on the kitchen floor next to her small, broken body, crying quietly. There were flowers teeming from her eye sockets, vines growing out from her mouth, lichen colonizing her face and neck. I sat down on the other side of her and put my hands on Tyler's bare shoulder. We sat like that for a while, both of us with tears running down our cheeks. And then I crossed Agnes's arms over her chest. Her skin already felt desiccated, her joints creaky and dry. Carrion flowers grew from under her nail beds, cracking and peeling the fingernails to make way for their blooms. Ants and beetles had already made their home in the soft hollows of her face. The pungent stink of her made the warm kitchen taste green and wild. Tyler looked at me. One of his eyes was shot with red, a burst blood vessel. The cheekbone beneath it jutted awkwardly, broken and pressed fully against his skin. His expression was one of searching, asking. I shook my head. He took them. I managed to rasp. I couldn't follow. I lost them. I lost them both. Tyler said nothing. We burned Agnes's body in the fireplace. It seemed wrong to leave her abandoned on the floor of an empty house, her death unnoticed and unmourned. When I lifted her, she was light and hollowed out, like a long fallen tree. We burned her wrapped in blankets and used the newspaper clippings she slept with as kindling. It didn't take long. The pyre smelled not of flesh and hair, but of smoking greenery and forest fire. I hoped that, wherever she ended up now, she was at peace. I suppose you have a plan? Tyler said as he buttoned up his floral shirt. You Hollows always seem to have a plan. I shook my head. Gray's the planner, not me. I'm a follower. I didn't even fight, I just stood there while Agnes shot him. I let a kid defend me. Well, not fighting it turned out to be a good idea, Tyler said as he touched the fingertips to his broken cheekbone. Look, you are Gray's sister. You are as strong and smart and, frankly, as terrifying as she is. How do we follow them? I don't know. You do know, because you've been there before. How do we follow them? I let out a frustrated exhale. How do you get to the land of the dead? I was certain that was where we were trying to go. A strange sliver of space between here and nothingness. I suppose dying would get you there, though that seems to be a bit permanent of a solution. I locked eyes with him. It wasn't for you. Yes, well, I'd rather not do that again. That's fine, I said, already making my way towards the stairs. I can go by myself. I'll fill the bathtub, you can hold me down until I die, and then give it a minute or so and do some CPR. I'll find them. Hadn't I seen that in a movie or read it in a book? It had worked then. Why wouldn't it work now? I wanted Tyler to say yes before my adrenaline waned and I chickened out. My heart was beating so fast I felt like I might vomit it up. I was already imagining the terrible moment my burning lungs sucked in a flood of water while he held me, thrashing under the surface. Iris, Tyler said, pulling me back. I won't drown you. Don't ask me to do that. I snatched my hand away from his. Do you want to save her or not? I yelled, because I felt my courage breaking. Didn't I always think I was willing to die for my sisters? Here was an opportunity. Was I too weak to take it? We both have to go, Tyler said. Together. I sighed and softened. Your eye looks terrible. Well, I did take a right hook from a demon. Bang in the socket. Frankly, it's a miracle I'm not dead. My delicate bone structure was not built for physical combat. I grabbed an old bag of frozen vegetables from the freezer and threw them to him. We should both go to the hospital, but there was still a tinge of something otherworldly in the air. I thought, if we didn't follow them tonight, we might not ever be able to follow. We would forget that impossible things were possible. It was now or never. It had to be. I pulled back the curtain an inch and looked into the slow black ember night. Somewhere out there was a door to another place, a crack in the world into which girls and boys slipped, never to be seen again. Well, almost never. The three of us had come back, somehow. We had found a way. Did Gray ever talk to you about what happened to us when we were children? I asked Tyler as he pressed the vegetables to his face. The flames of Agnes's body had simmered down to smoke and bones. Of course not. I would have immediately sold the story to the Daily Telegraph if she told me the truth. When I glared at him, Tyler rolled his eyes. I am kidding. It was off limits to even ask. Did you ever wonder? Oh, I wondered. I grew up reading the Reddit threads and watching the unsolved crime specials, the same as everyone else. Of course I wanted to know the answer. Sometimes when she was drunk, she talked about it in a vague way, like it was a thing that had happened to someone else. It was almost like a dark fairy tale about three sisters who fell through a crack in the world and met a monster who did something terrible to them. What did the monster do? Tyler stared at me, ears still pressed against his face. I don't know for sure, Little Hollow, but I can imagine. Can't you? I went to pick up the shotgun from where Agnes had dropped it. I'd never held a gun before, and it felt heavier and more lethal than I expected. So where are we going? Tyler asked. Back to the beginning. Stop speaking in riddles, for Christ's sake. What does that mean? Look, whatever happened to us happened here first, in Edinburgh. It happened in the old town. not far from here. There's a door there, or at least there used to be. A door that used to lead somewhere, that now leads somewhere else. We're going back there. We're going to find a way to follow them. I watched a YouTube video on how to load a shotgun while Tyler stuffed Vivi's backpack full of some meager supplies scavenged from Agnes's kitchen. We put on our coats, his ridiculous, mine functional. I slipped Gray's knife into my pocket, and then we set off. Outside, Edinburgh was steeped in pre-dawn darkness. We headed towards St. Giles Cathedral, in the direction of the narrow street I had disappeared from. We walked, shivering, through the old town's warren of narrow lanes, tracing my steps from that night, though I knew them not from memory, but from snatches of police reports and the witness statements from my parents. Gray's energy was here, though it was no stranger than a whisper. She had been here, though not recently. Years ago. I felt Vivi's energy too, and my own. Yes, we had come this way. And then we were there, the street. The stone walls were close on both sides, and I could see all the way to the end. I could understand why the police thought it was impossible for 3 children to disappear from right under their parents' noses, because it was impossible. I know this place, I said quietly. We were here, visiting our grandparents for Christmas. We were walking down the street, right as the fireworks were going off. My parents were just behind us. I ran my hands over the bricks. Being here felt wrong. Like we were disturbing the dead. This one, I whispered, looking up at a stone terrace. It was newer than the others. The brick was milk and bone, not yet covered by centuries of grime. This is the one. There was a bronze plaque set into the cobblestones to the right of the front door. Here, on this spot, in January 2011, sisters Gray, Vivi, and Iris Hollow were found alive and well after being missing for 31 days. Our names had been burnished gold, presumably from all the tourists who came to this place and rubbed the bronze for luck. The memories I had were slippery. They kept sliding through my mind, slightly different each time. I was no longer sure which ones were mine and which ones had been stitched in from somewhere else to make a more complete picture. Did I remember walking down the street that night, or did I only remember coming back? It had burned down a few weeks before the night we went missing, I said. It was just a shell back then. Yes, we've seen the pictures, Tyler nodded. There are pictures? Tyler stared at me. You haven't stalked yourself online? I try to avoid reading anything about the disaster that destroyed my family, actually. Tyler sighed, pulled out his phone, and Googled Hollow Sisters disappearance. The picture he showed me had been pointed to r/unsolved mysteries on Reddit and appeared under the title, I was in Edinburgh the day the Hollow Sisters vanished and have a bunch of pictures from the street they were on when it supposedly happened. Thoughts? The poster went on to state that there was no way, in his humble opinion, that our parents' story could possibly be true. His charming theory was that our mother had sold us to sex traffickers and then panicked and repurchased us a month later when the heat from the media got too much. While the hypothesis was bunk, the pictures of the street from that day seemed real enough. I thumbed through them and then scrolled down to read some of the comments. I'm sorry, but there is just no fucking way, that 3 kids could disappear from this street if their parents were actually there watching them. I don't know what they stood to gain or how they hid their daughters from police for a month, but Kate and Gabe Hollow were absolutely in on it. I'm willing to bet you don't have children of your own. You can be actively watching your kids and then poof, nothing. They are sneaky little bastards. Case in point, I have a 3-year-old son. Yesterday, I was following behind him in the grocery store. He likes to point at stuff on the bottom shelf, and guess what it is? Is this pasta? Is this pasta? What about this? Is it pasta? Newsflash, kid. Unless you're in the pasta aisle, it's usually not pasta. Hours of fun. Anyway, he turned a corner into the next aisle, so I followed him, except he's not there when I get there. Or in the next aisle. Or in the next aisle. I found him 10 minutes later on a bench in the car park, waiting with a nice old lady. His disappearing act immediately made me think of the Hollow sisters, and has honestly changed my mind about the case. My theory: the girls walked ahead of their parents, took a wrong turn, got lost, and then got found by an opportunistic predator who got cold feet a month later. Yeah, but there aren't even any corners on this street. It's not like they ran ahead and turned a corner and then they weren't there. Kate Hollow has maintained that they disappeared from the street while she was on it. 2 seconds, she says. For 2 seconds she turned her head to kiss her husband, and in that time her 3 daughters vanished without so much as a peep? I'll say it again. No fucking way. I don't need to read conspiracy theories about my parents, I said as I handed Tyler's phone back to him. I can tell you right now, they weren't involved. Keep reading, would you? Tyler insisted. I scrolled down to the next comment thread. Okay, the freestanding door is creepy as fuck. How have I not seen this before? Reminds me of that search and rescue guy who posted about random staircases deep in the woods. Kate Hollow said the 3 girls were playing right near the burned-out house the last time she saw them. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I can't remember where the folklore is from exactly, but I've heard stories of people, mostly children, disappearing after walking through freestanding doors they found in the forest. There were ruins near my grandparents' house growing up that we were banned from going near because 3 kids had disappeared from there over the years. Kids being kids. We went to investigate once and found nothing but a door, just like the one in Edinburgh. We were so creeped out we ran all the way back home and didn't go back. Reminder that this is a thread for genuine theories, not fairy tales. Let's not let this devolve into a thread about alien abductions again. Sure. That being said, anyone brave enough to try walking through it? Alas, it's not there anymore. It was demolished a few weeks after the girls came back and has since been rebuilt. But yes, obviously, lots and lots of people walked through it in the month that the Hollow sisters were missing. Police, volunteers, forensics, etc. Again, it's not a door to Narnia. Damn it, my dreams of making sweet, sweet love to Mr. Tumnus are once again dashed. I scrolled back up to the photograph the original poster had included. It was a low-quality image taken a decade ago on a crappy camera phone, grainy and strangely cropped. It depicted the blackened remains of a stone house, taped off, some bricks gagging onto the sidewalk. The freestanding doorway was creepy. It emanated wrongness. I, too, had heard stories about abandoned staircases in the woods, and how people had been warned not to go near them for whatever reason. I'd seen pictures of some of them. They felt out of place and otherworldly. The burned-out door had the same effect. I couldn't remember the night we disappeared very well, but I remembered the night we came back. I remembered standing in this exact spot, naked and stuttering, between my sisters. I remembered Gray whispering something to me, whispering something to Vivi, tucking a strand of hair behind each of our ears. I remember how the cold made my skin tight and numb, made it feel like it belonged to someone else. I remembered how we stood stock still, not speaking, as we waited. I remembered a young woman turning down the street and screaming and dropping the bottle of wine she held when she saw us in the dark. I remembered her running to us, draping her heavy coat over my shoulders, yelling for the neighbors to call the police as she struggled out of her sweatshirt and gave it to Vivi. I remembered red and blue flashing lights reflecting off of the slick cobblestones. I remembered the ambulance ride to the hospital, the 3 of us sitting pressed together on a stretcher, draped in aluminum blankets and harsh light. I remembered how Gray refused to let the nurse take her blood, and how when they tried to convince her, she freaked out and they backed off. whispering things like, haven't they been through enough already? I remembered the way Gabe held Vivi's little face in his hands after he scooped her up, his expression going from elated to searching, and then to confused, like he already believed in that moment that we weren't quite right. I remembered that Kate carried Gray out of the hospital the next day, her little legs wrapped tightly around our mother's hips. I remembered Gray looking back at me over our mother's shoulder as we headed into the light, safe in the comfort of her arms. I remembered the way my sister held my eye contact. For a moment, the spark of a grin at the corner of her lips. I remembered that she winked. I could remember so much, but I couldn't remember where we had been only minutes before the woman found us on the street. That part was gone. Everything before it was a black abyss. The door, I said. I zoomed in on the picture. Even though it was slightly out of focus, I could make out white flowers growing at the base of the stone. It's still the place, even though it's changed, I told Tyler. I can still feel her. I can still feel all of us. I put my hand on the glossy black door of the rebuilt house. We passed through here. We came this way. I could feel it. I felt Gray's pulse in the wood, weak as a bird's heart. I took a deep breath and swallowed my revulsion. I had spent much of the last 10 years trying to forget this place. I had poured my studies like cement over the radioactive thing that had happened to me here in my childhood, and that continued to poison me. I had ached to be older, to be finished with university, to have a career, to be preoccupied with the small stresses of daily life that adults were always complaining about. Bills, taxes, health insurance, the dentist. I wanted the years to fill and stretch and stack, to put as much time between myself and this place as possible. And now here I was, back again, trying to follow my sisters, wherever they had gone, to the place I had sworn to never return to. It has to work, I whispered to myself, staring at the door. It has to work. It has to work. It has to work. I turned to the handle. It was unlocked. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hollow. Tyler growled. You can't just go wandering into strangers' houses. Get back here. No, I said. I was too far into the hall for him to drag me out. I'm not leaving until I find them. My jaw was quaking. I pressed my lips together. They're obviously not here, Tyler said. This is just a house. My throat was thick. I knew he was right, because I could feel it. Gray and Vivi weren't here, and hadn't been here for a very long time. The energy they'd left behind was 10 years old, crumbling to dust. The thing that linked me to them felt thin and weak, but it was all I had. I pressed forward into the dark hall. I will leave you here, Tyler whispered, but his feet were moving forwards to follow me. The hall smelled sour, of milk, with base notes of urine. I knew that smell from the handful of babysitting gigs I'd done. A boiler was on somewhere. It concealed the baby odor into something oily and solid. The warm air cocooned me, felt too heavy after the February cold. Sweat prickled under my arms, on my palms. My cheeks were hot coins. There are whispers for us here, I said as I made my way down the hall, fingers trailing the walls. In the foundations, we were here. This place remembers us. The hall opened onto a softly lit kitchen and living area. A red-headed woman was sitting on a couch, breastfeeding a baby with her eyes closed. I still had my palms on the wall, feeling the pulse of the stone. Tyler was tugging at the back of my coat, trying to get me to leave. The woman opened her eyes, saw us, tightened her grip around the baby, and then stood and started to scream. Crossed the floor in 3 strides and hooked a finger into the woman's mouth. The effect was instantaneous. I might as well have plunged heroin into her veins. The woman's muscles relaxed and she folded into me like she was lovesick, her head nestled on my shoulder, the baby pressed between us. I was breathing hard. I had not done this thing for a long time, not since the photographer. I had never done this thing intentionally. It had always been a cursed power, far out of my control, a thing that made me weak, like Grace said. I wasn't sure what had changed, except that I was furious, a barb of rage twisting at the center of me. My stomach was filled with blood, my mouth slick with venom. The other 2 times that I had compelled people, I had been vulnerable and unsure, and my attackers had fed on that. Now this time, I was the one who would feast. "What's your name?" I asked the woman. "Claire," she answered. "Tell me where my sisters are, Claire." "I'll tell you anything you want," Claire whispered softly, lovingly. She kissed my collarbone. The tears were streaming down her face. There was fear in her eyes, but her lips betrayed her. "I'll give you anything you want. Tell me where Gray is. Tell me where Vivi is." "Gray," the woman said. "Gray is the color of stones in the sky during a storm." "Tell me where she is." "Bloody hell, Iris," Tyler snapped. "She doesn't know." Tyler pulled me back from the woman, who reached out to touch my face, even though her lip was trembling. I shook Tyler off. 3 little girls went missing from right outside of your house 10 years ago. Did you know that? "Yes," Claire said. "Of course. Everybody knows that." "Do you know where they went?" "No." "Shit." Claire's baby started screaming. "When it happened," Claire said, as she slipped her nipple into the baby's mouth, "my grandmother kept me close for weeks. A little girl had gone missing when she was growing up, and my grandmother thought the same thing had happened to those sisters. 'Stay away from St. Anthony's Chapel,' she said. 'Stay away from the door, or you will end up like Agnes Young. You will end up like the Hollow Sisters.' So I did. I stayed away." A chill rolled over me. "Don't remember this," I ordered her. "Forget that we were here." "Of course," Claire said as she stroked my cheek, the baby snuffling as it sucked at her chest. "Of course." Tyler yanked my jacket again, and this time I let him drag me back into the hall. Out on the street, we saw Claire watching us from her front window, her baby crying again as she juggled it over her shoulder, trying to soothe it. The spell had broken as soon as she could no longer smell me, and she stared at me now, in the dark, with a look of confusion, as though she was experiencing some intense déjà vu. I knew the feeling of that look. It was something I regularly suffered myself. The feeling of knowing you had memories about something but were unable to access them. I shuffled off Vivi's backpack and flicked through Gray's journal with shaking fingers, looking for something I was sure I'd seen before. And then, there it was. A detailed sketch of a freestanding stone wall, into which was set 3 windows and a door. Beneath it read St. Anthony's Chapel, Edinburgh, July 2019. The same door Agnes had fallen through. I typed St. Anthony's Chapel into Google Maps and set off into the dark, Tyler swearing after me that I was reckless, stupid, just like Gray. Yet, just like he had followed Gray, he followed me. I felt the power in that. We hurried through the old town, along Cowgate and Holyrood Road, towards Arthur's Seat. The dawn was coffin cold, the streets wisely abandoned in favor of warm beds and sleep. My hands were numb, and my breath short by the time we arrived. The ruins of the chapel sat on a squat hill overlooking a small loch in Holyrood Park. Beyond that, the lights of the city dotted the land towards the sea. The ruins were 2 stories tall. Only the corner of the chapel remained now, the walls rendered in rough stone in some century-longs past. St. Anthony's Chapel was now nothing but a single wall, the north side of a ruined church. There were windows, but most importantly, there was a door. It used to lead somewhere, but now, maybe, it would take us somewhere else. Tyler and I stood, panting, staring through the doorway, both knowing how crazy this was. We were too far, too old to still believe in fairy tales. And yet, here we were. We'd come this far. No matter how insane it was, we had to know. We had to try. I checked the weather app on my phone for the exact moment of sunrise. 7:21 a.m. The veil between the realms of the living and the dead was thinnest at dusk and dawn, when the world was on the edge of day and night. We waited in the winter cold until the sky began to lighten at the edges, and then we held hands, both knowing that if this didn't work, we had nothing. There was no more clues to follow. The air around us was bitter enough to make our teeth chatter, but it in the minutes leading up to sunrise, it smelt strangely burnt. At 7:20 a.m., we stepped closer to the door. "Wait," I said to Tyler. "Are you sure about this? I don't know how it works. There's no guarantee we'll be able to get back. Even if we do, once it gets inside you, you can't get rid of it. It will change you." "I'm coming," Tyler said. "I'm sure." The sky was lightening quickly then. The first sliver of sunrise would fall over us in under a minute, and then it would be too late. "Please work," I said. I squeezed Tyler's hand, took a deep breath, and stepped over the threshold with him. And that's the end of chapter 17. Oh, thank you guys so much for the follows while I was reading. Trig, I see you. Nice to see you. Hello, hello. The cheese was calling to you. I see that. You guys? You guys? The book is booking right now. Okay, first of all, that's the end of chapter 17. Do you think they make it? Do you think the doorway works? Let's go ahead and just ask that question. Do you think the doorway works? Do you think they end up in the halfway? Man, I don't even know. Yeah? It might not. Possibly not. Oh my god. I love watching you guys speculate. It's part of the fun for me. Oh god. It's such a good book, right? It's so good. If I was reading it for the first time right now, I'd be on the edge of my seat with you. I'd be like, fuck this, I'm continuing. I'm reading the whole book tonight. I need to know how it ends. I love this book. It is so good. Maybe they end up in an alternate version of the halfway or something bizarre? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, let me drink some water, Chad. They end up in the afterlife with us? Yeah, this is actually how you get to the afterlife, guys. You, you attend one of my streams, and then you walk through a doorway, and then poof. Okay, let's see. Are we ready for the next chapter? Oh, that's how I ended up here. Yep, you just didn't know it at the time. Okay. You guys ready for chapter 18? Are you mentally and emotionally prepared for chapter 18? That's definitely how I ended up here. Nope. No, you're not? A shame. Okay. I'm ready. Hmm. I'm on the edge of my seat. That woman who was describing what gray was sounded like the weird guy in Cyberpunk bartender offering a drink, by the way. Ordering a drink? Yes. The color of plaster. I would like to taste the color of plaster, please. Mm. I'm so sad right now, like, oh my god. Okay, okay, Jack. I'll stop edging you. Let's start chapter 18. Okay, chapter 18. I was 7 the first time I slipped from the land of the living to the land of the dead. The second time, I was 17. I stepped through a broken doorway that once went somewhere and then went somewhere else. The first change I sensed was the smell. Somewhere between one inhale and the next, the air became tainted. The clean scent of Edinburgh, grass and sea and stone, was usurped by smoke and wild animal and rot. We stepped from dawn to dusk, from cold to humidity, from ruins in Scotland to ruins elsewhere. I blinked a few times and tried to get my vision to adjust. My stomach turned, an untethering sack inside of me. I tasted fat and metal. My skin fizzed, prickling with the remnants of whatever violent energy had brought us here against the rules of nature. Living things transported to a dead place. Tyler was already bent double, elbows on his knees, the contents of his stomach leaking from his mouth and nose in a sour waterfall. We were in a dying forest. Hazy light filtered through the wiry canopy to the ground below, which was covered with long grass, rotting leaves, and white petals. Tyler groaned and sank to his hands and knees, and then vomited some more, flecks of it splashing over his fingers. I stumbled away to keep from puking myself, feeling hungover and shaky. I squatted and cupped my hands over my mouth and tried to take deep breaths to weaken my nausea, but the pain in my chest kept sparking with every inhale. God, Tyler said as he crawled away from his vomit and collapsed onto his back in the grass. Dorothy and Alice and the Penvisi children didn't suffer like this. I couldn't help myself. I didn't know you could read, I said through my fingers. My stomach tightened and my vision jittered like I was drunk, but the sick burn was almost worth it. You would kick me when I'm down? Tyler said, almost in a whisper. I peeled my fingers away from my face and forced myself to take a deep, bedded breath. Why do I feel so god-awful? Tyler dry-heaved a few times. And why does it stink so badly? It did stink. It stank of rot and smoke, each breath sticky yellow on my tongue. It stank of my worst memories and worst nightmares come to life. I knew this smell, because I had been here before. The halfway. It's putrid, I said. It's a slowly rotting canker somewhere between the realms of life and death. A decaying tooth lodged deep at the back of the mouth. A gangrenous limb turned swollen and black from a lack of blood supply. A dying thing, soft and bloated and bleeding, but still attached by thin threads to our living world. The forest around us was thick, but decomposing and misshapen, stuck in a perpetual state of decay. The tree closest to me was soft with rot, its roots arthritic, its trunk splintered open and oozing what looked very much like pus. A threadbare smattering of leaves still sprouted from its sagging branches, but they grew gray and moldy, and when they fell, they landed in a blighted fen on the forest floor. Above, the sky was flush with gunmetal light. Vivi had said that in Gray's stories, the sun never set in this place, nor did it rise. The sky here was jammed halfway, always on the precipice of dusk. The shadows were always stretched and sunken, full of twilight things. The wood was sick. The wood was angry. It did not feel welcoming. There was a low moan of faraway wailing in the air, something that sounded almost human but not quite. For a moment I thought it was the trees, whispering to each other. The ruins of St. Anthony's Chapel looked almost the same here as they had in Holyrood Park. Still, a freestanding church wall of harsh-hewn stone, except here they were in a forest and were covered in dollops of mold and carrion flowers. Through the doorway, I could see only more hazy wood. We had fallen through a crack in the world. This is where we had come as children and wandered for a month, a place of dead. What had happened to us here? Why had we stayed so long? How can a place be dying? Tyler asked, but I wasn't watching him. I was looking at his vomit. It had started sprouting flowers. How long would it be before this place crawled inside of him and started nesting? Oh shit, Tyler said, his gaze set on something behind me. He sat up and grappled with Agnes's shotgun. As I spun around, there was a pale man standing in the trees not far away, dead-eyed and sightless. A slick of dark gloss where his irises should be. Runnels of liquid leaked from his orifices, his mouth, his nose, his eyes, his ears. He was naked, and his skin was thick with a garden of green and white lichen. There were clusters of others behind him. At first, I thought they were statues, effigies in the shapes of men and women, sitting in tree roots, standing in long grass. They reminded me of the death casts of victims of Pompeii, all captured in movements that had, very suddenly, ceased. The halfway had grown on them, in them, had pulled them apart from the inside out. Some were so fresh they had fabric decaying on their bodies, and a few still smelled like people, of sweat and oil and the sharp tang of urine. Others were much older and so misshapen it was hard to tell they'd once been human, apart from the teeth and nails and clumps of hair erupting from knots of wood. What are they doing? Tyler asked. I think they're drawn here by the door. All of them were facing towards it. Some were even reaching out to it. Agnes said the veil is thinnest at sunset and sunrise, and that sometimes the dead whisper to the living. Maybe it goes both ways. Maybe they can hear and smell life, but they can't cross over, so they wait here, forever. They're all dead, Tyler whispered. I approached the closest man and moved my hand in front of his face. Something registered beneath the dark veneer of his eye, and his black irises slid in my direction. Though his body had ossified and his skin had the texture of rough-hewn stone, there was still something locked away inside of him. They're whatever is left over after a person dies. I looked around the wood once more, understanding. Agnes had said that everything that dies passes through here. These people were ghosts, as were the trees. Everything here had lived, once, in our world, and gotten stuck here in the halfway after they died. I set off into the forest, weaving through the sea of frozen spirits. Try not to wake them, I said to Tyler. Do you think all the dead are here? He asked quietly as he trailed me. Do you think Rosie is here? Everything that dies passes through, but only those who can't let go get stuck. Part of me hopes she's here, so I can see her, say sorry. If I could just see her one more time. I wanted to say, don't hope for that fate for her, but I said nothing. If Gray or Vivi died, I would want to see them again. We followed the sound over a small rise and found a milky green river bordered on both sides by brushwood and dead weeping willows that dropped like tangible hair into the water. The water moved quickly and was swollen with bodies that drifted along with the current. Men, women, children, all of them naked, all of them with wide black eyes. A river of the dead. "Oh God," Tyler said as he gagged. "We should move quickly," I said, as I stared at the flowing water. "We shouldn't stay here. Get in. Get my sisters. Get out. I can feel them." I'd felt them since the moment we stepped through. Gray and Vivi's presence was strong here. Stronger here. Not close, but tangible at least. A ropey tug around my heart. My sisters had been here before, and so had I. Not to this exact point of the afterlife, but here. All I had to do was let my feet carry me to them. This seemed like such a good and noble idea 10 minutes ago, Tyler said. I forgot that I'm not a good or noble person. My sickness was fading now, replaced piece by piece by the thrill of our plan having worked. We were here. We had done it, and there, seated beneath the excitement, was something else, a sense of familiarity. The answers to long-ago questions felt suddenly possible. "Let's go," I said. When I started walking, I knew it was in the right direction. Towards my sisters, towards some answers. We walked for what felt like an hour through the wood, or was it 2 hours? Time moved strangely here. Dusk continued to fall and fall and fall, but night never came. Tyler complained about the smell and the damp and the throbbing pain in his face and the destruction of his expensive clothing until I told him to shut up. Please, for the love of God, shut up. The pain in the side of my chest nagged at me, a needle pricking against my lungs any time I breathed too deeply. The rest of my body was covered with slow aches that crept in and nestled in all the bruised parts of me, making their homes there, throbbing in time with my heartbeat. For a time, we saw other doors, all freestanding and half-ruined, held up by nothing. Stone archways and burned timber doorways back to the desolated parts of our world. Around each of them, we found clusters of spirits turned to wood and stone, things that had once been human, but were now only memories. I wondered about the people who had been before their souls had gotten snagged here on the way to death. What did they long for so badly that they had been able to let go? Love? Power? Money? The chance to say sorry? It was near one of these doors that I spotted the first swath of fabric, a torn strip of red and black tartan tied around a low tree branch. I stumbled towards it. Despite a few spots of mold, it looked out of place against the forest, red and man-made where everything else was green and gray. "I know this pattern," I said, as I rubbed it between my fingers. I thought back to the photograph I'd found in Kate's bedside drawer, what seemed like a lifetime ago now, but was really only a week. I was wearing this coat when I went missing. "I can see your terrible taste in clothing hasn't changed in over a decade," was Tyler's contribution to the discovery. "What are you doing?" he said as I weaved through the trees and the statues of the dead, moving outward in a circular pattern, looking for another flash of red. "Testing a theory," I said. "Well, I'm sitting," he said. A few minutes later, I spotted what I was looking for and grinned. I went back to Tyler, who was indeed sitting, cross-legged on the ground, and pointed through the trees. "There," I said. "Do you see it?" More decomposing forest? Oh, yay. I smacked him gently across the back of the head. Look harder. Another one? Tyler asked. Just visible in the distance through the trees was another strip of red fabric, hanging limply. So what? Breadcrumbs, I said, breathlessly, giddy with the thrill of the clue. I moved towards the next strip of fabric, as fast as my broken ribs would let me. Don't you get it? We came this way as children, and we left breadcrumbs to find our way. My next step did not find ground, but air, as I suddenly found myself tumbling through mud and forest down a slope until I came to lie face up in an inch of fetid water. Are you alive? Tyler called from somewhere above. All I could do was let out a low moan. Pain cascaded through my side and wrapped tight around my lungs. I heard him sigh and start to make his way down the bank. Can I leave you behind if you die, or do you expect me to be heroic and drag your corpse home? Tyler asked. It took him a few minutes to reach me, which suited me just fine, because I had no desire to move. I lay in the water, drawing shallow breaths as I waited for the pain to ebb. Eventually, the sting in my bones loosened enough that I could prop myself up on one elbow to see where I was. Oh, I whispered. The water I'd fallen into was black and smooth as glass. Distended bodies floated on its surface. For as far as I could see, they paid me no mind. When Tyler slid down to the bank, they blinked open their eyes and watched him, but they didn't come crawling from the water to attack us. Well, we are obviously not going in there, Tyler said as he reached me and helped me stand, then turned to scrabble his way back up the bank. Downed trees grew out of the water, bone pale and stripped bare of leaves. It was a marshland of some sort, a dead place, inside a dead place. Wait, I said. I pointed to what I wanted Tyler to see. Another red and black way marker called us deeper into the fen. No, he said, as I took a step into the water. No. Eventually, of course, he followed. There was only one thing more frightening than wading into a swamp of the dead, and that was being on your own in this place. Our feet sank into the ankle-deep water and mush as we trudged over spongy ground. Here, the tree branches sagged into the shallows, making the terrain hard to traverse. It seemed darker in this part of the forest. The trees seemed wilder. The going was slower. Things moved around us, unseen. Bodies bobbed by, eyes flicking open like lamps as we passed. We abandoned our coats to the marsh. They were too heavy to carry. I tugged Gray's knife into my bra and folded my jeans up to keep them out of the water. We came across more ruins, sunk into the marshland. Not doorways now, but low stone walls ground down to hip height by age. The bricks that made them were crumbling into the moor, greedily devoured by hungry tree roots. Soon, we began to see other structures, tumble-down stones, houses that were infested with lichen, their windows smashed and trees bursting from their roofs. Many were surrounded by decaying stone walls. I'd seen a documentary on ghost towns once, about how nature slowly reclaims signs of human habitation and leaves only eerie remnants behind. Roads eaten through by vegetation, unkept buildings withering by sun and wind, concrete dissolved by rain. Terracotta red roofs caked in grime. That was nothing compared to the utter desolation of these ghost houses. The forest crept in and around them, tearing them apart, but they also rotted from inside, sagging into the water, their walls collapsing into soft masses of putrefaction, and in each one, the spirits of the dead drifted from room to room, window to window, unable to let go or move on. The hours bled together. There was no sunrise, no sunset, no time. We walked until our legs ached, and we began to drift into sleep standing up. I hadn't eaten since Vivi brought me breakfast the morning before, and my hunger was a chasm inside me. We steered clear of the empty shells of houses, cautious of what we might find inside. We followed the tartan waymarkers deep into the marsh, where the water was hip deep and so dark I couldn't see my fingers in it if I submerged them. Fog curled across its surface, squeezing our visibility to no more than 6 feet. Bodies drifted everywhere. The twisted skeletons of dead things floated by. I lifted the skull of a bull from the water and stared into the hollows where its eyes should be. And then the fog curled back like a curtain to reveal her. A child sat cross-legged and naked on a low mud island. Her dark hair stuck to her in wet curlicues. Tyler and I both stopped when we saw her through the haze, afraid of catching her attention, but she already seemed to have heard us and half turned her head in our direction. She was sweet-faced and very young, perhaps only 6 or 7. I could see webs of veins beneath her sodden flesh. Her black eyes reminded me of spider eyes. There was mud and reeds matted into her hair and leaking out of her ears, as though she had recently emerged from the water. "Rosie," Tyler said quietly. "Oh my God," I breathed as Tyler thrashed through the shallow water and sank heavily into the mud in front of the girl, in front of his sister. That's the end of chapter 18. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you guys for the follows while I was reading. Hi, Laz, welcome in. They left breadcrumbs just like Hansel and Gretel. Happy 5:30 a.m. Oh my God. It is past midnight, isn't it? What are you guys talking about? It sure is. Crimson, if you have to go to sleep, please feel free. It's okay. Okay, so let's think about this. We started today on chapter 14. We read 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That is 5 chapters. We could stop here with these 5 chapters and leave 19 through 25 for next week. Or we can read this final chapter, and next week we can read 20 through 25. What do you guys think? Do you want me to read one more chapter? I see Computer Geek said another chapter, please. Do you want one more chapter for the night? Or are you guys too sleepy? 20 to 25? Okay, so you want me to read 19 tonight? Depends if you think you can fit all those next Saturday. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. I need answers. More? Okay, one more chapter tonight then. One more chapter tonight, and then we'll leave the last 5 chapters for next week. And then we will pick a new book. Okay, sound fair? Sound good? One more chapter? We'll finish up chapter 19 tonight. Can we time travel to next week? No, silly. Okay, last chapter for the night, okay? Chapter 19. No, Tyler said as he cupped Rosie's small face in his hands. The last time he saw her, he would have been younger than her, smaller than her, and now he was a grown man and she was still a child. Her face fit in his palm like a piece of fruit. No. Why are you here? Why are you here, Rosie? Rosie mirrored Tyler's gesture. She reached out to stroke his cheek, leaving a stripe of mud beneath his swollen eye. There seemed to be a flash of recognition behind her dead eyes, a moment of sadness and longing that crinkled her young brow. That was all it took. Tyler scooped her out of the mud and held her like a baby against his chest. "What are you doing here?" I whispered, as he waded back into the water in the direction of the next waymarker. "I'm bringing her with me." "You can't bring her home." "Why not?" he snapped. "You came back. You got your sisters back. Why shouldn't I get mine?" "Because she died," Tyler said gently. "Rosie is dead. She can't come back." "You said she wouldn't be here," he yelled. "You said she had no reason to be caught here. Why is she here, Iris? Why did you lie to me?" "I thought because she was so young. What unfinished business does a child have?" "I left her once. I'm not leaving her again," Tyler whispered, and then he was striding ahead through the water and mist, his dead sister clinging to him like an insect. "I can see something," came his voice a few moments later. Ahead of me, another house appeared from the vapor. It was a roofless stone structure built on a slip of island. Water lapped at the stone walls built around it. Like everything else in the halfway, it was abandoned and tumbled down, overrun by a fever of flowers. Windows smashed, bits of it sliding into the water. A rudimentary gravestone had been erected on one side of the yard, and there, cluttered on the twisted metal that passed for the front gate, was a stripe of red tartan from my coat. It was still dusk. The haze rolling across the swamp tinted the color of late evening. If it weren't for the stink and the thousands of bodies floating in the marsh, the place might have been beautiful. We stood for a long time, watching and waiting in the stillness, and then we took a silent loop around the place, peering through the windows for signs of habitation. No shapes moved in the half-light. The house appeared empty. As we stood in the water, I took out the journal and handful of drawings Vivi and I had saved from Gray's apartment, back when I had understood less of our story. I shuffled through the pages. The 5th page was the one I was looking for. A sketch of a tumbled-down house with broken windows and withered stone walls, and a strip of tartan fluttering from the front gate. I held it up next to the house Tyler and I stood before. It was a match. We had been here before. Gray had been more than once come back to sketch this place. Whatever had happened to us whatever had happened to us as children had happened here. "I'll go in," I said, "and make sure it's safe." Do you want me?" Tyler began, but I stopped him. "No, I want to do this alone." We walked up to the house together, out of the marsh, onto drier ground. Tyler put Rosie down on a carpet of carrion flowers, where she resumed the cross-legged dead-eye position we found her in. "Call me if you need backup," he said, as he sat next to her. I tried to steady my breathing. My stomach squirmed the way it does when you're watching someone watch someone else in the horror movie. There wasn't much to the house, if you could call it that. It was a single large room, with rusted pots and cracked stoneware collected around the hearth and broken wooden furniture scattered about the place. I kept waiting for a cascade of memory and understanding. Here, in this pile of fetid blankets, is this where we had curled up together, limb on limb, seeking shelter far from home? Here, by this fireplace, had we warmed our hands, dreaming of a way back to our parents? I had spent so many years trying not to think about what had or hadn't happened to my sisters and me in this room. Something that had changed us. Something that had sent us home with black irises and scars at our throats. I knelt by the hearth and reached my hand out, as if to warm them. 3 dark-haired children by the fire, each wearing a different colored coat. Yes, that felt right. I swept ash and debris away from the pale heart stone. There was dried blood here, generous pools of it, like an animal had exsanguinated and its life force had soaked into the floor. I took Gray's knife out of my bra and unfolded it. Gray with a knife in her hand. No fingerprints on the handle but her own. Yes, that felt right too. Do you think there is any terrible thing she wouldn't do to save you? Agnes had said. Any line she wouldn't cross, any sacrifice she wouldn't be willing to make. I followed the blood across the floor. It was faded now, hardly more than a shadow. And then I saw something out of place. A tuft of wine-colored fur caught on a nail in the floorboards. It came loose when I tugged it. I rolled it between my fingertips. It felt synthetic. It felt like it could have come from Bordeaux faux fur jacket that Gray had been wearing the night we disappeared. The nail it had been wrapped around wiggled like a baby tooth. I pulled it out of the floor with my fingertips and used Gray's knife to pry the board up. The hole beneath it was deep, dark. I put my arm in up to the elbow and felt nothing but cool air. Thoughts of needle-sharp teeth sinking into my flesh made me snatch my hand back. Gingerly, I tried again, up to my shoulder this time, until my fingertips brushed against something furry? I yelped and scurried back from the hole. Nothing moaned. Nothing came crawling out after me. "Everything okay?" Tyler called from outside. "I'm fine," I answered. "I think I found something." Put my hand in again, twisted my fingers around the fibers, and lifted. I pulled them out one by one. A child-sized green tweed duffel, a small Bordeaux faux fur jacket, what remained of a little red tartan coat with gold buttons. Each was stiff with dried blood, a gruesome amount of dried blood. What must have been cups and cups of it, soaked through and gone dark and moldy with age. The police had never found these items of clothing, despite extensive searches for them. I knelt back on my haunches and held the stiff garments in my arms like children, searching my memories for what they meant. Something terrible had happened to us here, and someone had gone to the effort of trying to hide it. Gray, with a knife in her hand, its sharp edge dripping blood. Gray, forehead scrunched as she concentrated on stitching the wound at my throat. Gray, holding my hand as she led me through the forest to a door. Gray, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear on a freezing street in Edinburgh and leaning in to whisper, "Forget this. Forget this. Forget what? Forget what? Forget what? Forget what?" My mind dipped over and over again into the black depths of missing memory, each time coming back empty-handed. I stood with the garment still in my hand and went back to the front door, my blood warm and cracking in my veins. Rosie was where we'd left her, but Tyler knelt by the gravestone, an odd expression on his face. "I think you need to see this," he said. I joined him in front of the overgrown grave marker by the side of the house. I used Gray's knife to cut away the lichen and vines and flowers growing rabbit over the names, already suspecting what I would find there. The first name had been scratched roughly into stone. Gray. "No," I said, frantically cutting more greenery away. "No." A second name appeared beneath the first. Vivi. I scrambled back against the muddy yard, a low moan coming from somewhere deep inside me. kind of keen you make when you're trying to wake from a nightmare but can't. We're too late, I sobbed. We're too late. That makes no sense, Tyler said. These are old. They've been gone for a day, at most. Time moves strangely here. It's snagged. We must have missed them, somehow. Oh. Hi, Wiggle. Nice to see you. Tyler frowned at the grave and bent to pull more greenery from the headstone. There, beneath the names of my sisters, was a third name I hadn't noticed in my panic. Iris. Unless you're a remarkably solid ghost, it seems there's been some kind of clerical error, Tyler said. I crawled forward and started digging up the soil with my bare hands. I need to know, I said. I need to know who's buried here. Look, Tyler said as he knelt beside me. What you need is some sleep. I knew he was right, but I ignored him and kept digging. Can't you do the magic thing? He asked. The energy thing, where you're like, oh, she's definitely been here. I feel it in my bones. Try that. I put my hand on the earth and reached out for a thread that bound me to my sisters. They're not here, I said. I could feel them, closer now than when we first came through the door, but still some distance away. It's not them. Then maybe, Tyler said, gently, as he pulled me up from the dirt. This is a mystery that can wait until after you've had a kip. There is really only space for one person on this team to freak out at a time, so I'm going to need you to pull yourself together. Okay, Little Hollow? Okay. Whoever was beneath the gravestone, bearing our names, it wasn't Gray, and it wasn't Vivi, and it wasn't me. So, who was it? And that's where we are leaving off, at the end of chapter 19. Please scream at me all of your thoughts. Nice to see you too. How are you? I'm doing wonderful, Wiggle. So lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's the end of chapter 19. I mean, I asked you guys. I did. I asked you. I was like, are you sure you want me to read one more chapter? And you guys said yes. So, we're going to leave off on a cliffhanger. I'm glad to hear. Thank you for having me. Of course, of course. Always lovely to see a friendly face. I hope the night has been treating you well. Oh yeah, I'm making your VTuber model in Dark Souls 1 right now? Are you really? I can show it in Discord once I'm done with it if you want. Yeah, sure. Definitely put it in show and tell. I want to see it. Another cliffhanger? But hey, it'll be next Saturday before we know it. That is very true. And we will be picking up on chapter 20 next Saturday. So that means we only have 5 more chapters until we're done. Very crazy, right? My first thought was that maybe their dead bodies are still there, and there's some type of clones, but after that last line, probably not. Probably not. Obviously, I'm not gonna say anything, but it is fun. It is fun to hear your guys' theories, for sure. Was a good night. Good, good, I'm so glad. So glad. We're still reading the book that we had started when I first met you, Wiggle, and we're almost done. Looks like we're going to be finishing it next week. What's the next planned book after this? I actually don't have another book planned just yet. But soon. Soon. I know I put a couple on my throne that I thought would be fun to read, so depending on what my next endeavors are, I might go ahead and pick one of those up. Because it would be fun to keep along the trend of dark fairy tale, wouldn't it? I think so, anyway. Also, completely unrelated, Casket, I blame you for getting me semi-hooked on Wingstop. You're welcome. I will take full responsibility for that. I love Wingstop. It is so good. The Bible? Oh, funny joke. Oh, nice. Yes. Yes, indeed. Very nice. I've been having such a grand time reading to you guys, truly. It's been a blast. This is so much fun. Red Bill doesn't give me wings, Casket does. Oh, well, I'm glad you can fly. Hmm. Here, let's just chat for a little while until we're ready to end. What do you guys say? I think that works. I think that works for me. I suppose we can do away with the books. Glad you enjoy the reading. Oh, thank you. It has a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I think I enjoy more that people try so desperately not to fall asleep when they're here, but it always happens. I can tell. I can tell when people fall asleep. I'm gonna sign off for sleep. Good night, y'all. Okay. Have a good night, Crimson. Thank you for being here. Good night. If anyone is tired and awake, feel free to go to sleep. Feel free, feel free. Am I asleep? Are you? I don't think so. Are you asleep? Have you read any of the well-known fairy tales? You mean like the re well, I don't want to say like the real ones, but the real ones, like Brothers Grimm fairy tales? This is only the second book I've read on stream. I have read them like myself, but I've never read them on stream before, so that would probably be really fun. All of the original Brothers Grimm fairy tales that like inspired Disney and stuff. That's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. I see. Yeah, I think those would be cool. Casket writing fairy tales? Me writing my own? I don't know about. I don't know about that, chat. Maybe someday, but I would need much more free time for me to write my own stuff. Definitely need more free time for that. Yep, yep. Some casket tales. That would be very cute. That would be very cute. I mean, I do. Whenever I post new chapters of my lore, I always read it on stream. I could. Ooh, that's a great idea. Actually, the next time I release lore, do it in a way like this. It's a good idea. I'll write that down. I'm gonna do a stretch really quick. What do you guys think? I know, Rock. I know you said you think that maybe the girls are clones or something. Like maybe their real bodies are buried there, but now it's not really sure. It's hard to tell, right? Because I feel like the book has been um, kind of alluding to the fact that they're not quite right, you know? Like their parents know that there's something wrong. Interesting. Interesting. I posted your DS1 model in the Discord. Oh, thank you, thank you. I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see. Maybe we're all dead inside? Maybe. I mean, I definitely am, but I'm, kind of comes with the ghost territory, you know what I mean? Kind of a little bit, yeah. Yeah, that last line made it sound like someone else is buried there, though. That is true. But what if the someone else is the real girls? What if we have an unreliable narrator and our main character isn't actually who she thinks she is? Wouldn't that be a twist? My goodness. I'm also kind of curious what's going to happen with Tyler and Tyler's sister, the little dead girl. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen there too. I mean, the narrator is already somewhat unreliable. That is true. And honestly, one of my favorite things about novels is an unreliable narrator. Well, if ever there's a motivation to invent time travel, this is it. Basil, are you invested? Well, you guys are just gonna have to wait until next Saturday. Ooh, unreliable narrator. In that case, I'd have to call it. I'd have called it. Oh, really? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if you're right. We'll see if your gut instincts about the book are right. Very interesting. Very interesting takes. Hmm. What? These streams, I know these streams are relaxing for you guys because you end up falling asleep, but they're also so relaxing for me. Like, I'm so cozy right now. I've got my blankie and I'm all like wrapped up, and the rain sounds are so soothing. I expect Tyler will bring back his sister briefly, and then his sister will like fall apart or something, otherwise resulting in him not being able to keep her. Oh, you think something is going to happen that's going to keep her from existing in the living world? I think Tyler's dead sister is going to come to life with some weird powers or something. I mean, both of those takes are valid. Both of those takes could very well exist in this book's world, for sure. Mm-hmm. Patience is a virtue I do not have. It may be easier for me to just bend space-time. Well, let me know if you figure that out, because, oh man, if I had the ability to travel through time and space, I would never drive anywhere. I would just snap my fingers and blink somewhere else. Also, speaking of blankets, casket branded weighted blankets? Ooh, maybe in like 5 years when I have the means to fund something like that. A branded weighted blanket? Talk about a 4D ASMR stream, am I right? Maybe she'll end up saving them, sacrificing herself. Oh, like the little girl? Hmm. Like the little girl is gonna be like, oh, I love my brother, and she's gonna sacrifice herself so they can like get out or something. That's an interesting theory. That's an interesting theory. You know, I like the way you think. I like that you're on this journey with me, trying to predict but not yet knowing. Hot take, weighted blankets is better than body pillow? Ooh. That is a hot take. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Be sure to drink some water before heading to bed. I will, Jared. Thank you. God, water is so good. So good. You guys make sure you drink water too, okay? Speaking of bed, are you sleepy? It is about to be 1 a.m. for me. I should probably be ending soon. Water is good, and so are you. Aw, it really is bedtime now. Well, chat, if it is time to bid you adieu, please sleep well. It is about 6 a.m. for you, right? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, God damn. Yeah, you guys, I'm so incredibly honored that you hang out with me for so long when I do these streams. Thank you for the stream, Fruits, of course. I may be new here and got here late, so I have no idea what's going on with the story, but this is really relaxing regardless. Oh, Lady Aphrodite, thank you for joining us. Thank you. Chatters, if any of you need to go to sleep, please feel free. I'm going to be here for a few more minutes longer. I'm not quite ending just yet, but it means the world to me that you want to be here, so thank you very much. Drak, if you're about to go to sleep, please drink some water first, okay? Your guys' health is important. Welcome? Yes, welcome indeed. Chatters, if you have fallen asleep, sleep well. Yes. Yeah. It's my honor and privilege to be able to read you guys to sleep, so I'm glad that my streams make you tired. I feel welcomed. Good, good, I'm so glad. But then I'd have to get up and go downstairs. Oh, you don't have water where you are? Oh, I can't relate to that. When I go to sleep, I need to have like a bottle of water or something with me. I am I'm the type of person who will wake up in the middle of the night so thirsty. Like, and I'll need to drink water. You mentioned that you prefer fantasy novels. I do. Yes, I do. I do like fantasy a whole lot. It's probably my favorite genre. I like fiction just like as a broad term, but if I was going to compare like subcategories of fiction, I would say fantasy is probably my favorite. a lot of times people will, at least, I used to work in a bookstore for a really long time, and a lot of times people would compare, like, fantasy versus sci fi. Even though they're, like, totally different, they would always kind of be categorized in the same, section, like, in the same, like, shelving section. So if I had to, like, pick one, do I like fantasy or sci fi? I would definitely pick fantasy, even though I do like sci fi. I prefer whatever Casket is reading to me. Oh, gee. My. Oh my goodness. Mm. I don't know why you're digging in the graveyard, friend. I thought you were gonna go to sleep. Please, if you really need to sleep, please do. Please do. I will be ending momentarily. Oh, Arsonist, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. That's really nice. I love that. I think I lean more sci fi because outer space is oddly appealing to me. Honestly, outer space is really, really fascinating, so it's still a valid answer. Okay, okay, good night, people. Good night, sleep well. Alright, I'm gonna head to bed now. Be sure to get some rest, my beloved monarch. Of course. I will be getting some rest shortly, don't worry. Please rest well. Please, please, rest your head. You could totally do the thing that drives people to do what you say. Could I? I don't know. Oh, Dare, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. And also to the people who have been here while I'm reading the book but you have no idea what's going on, as a reminder, the book I've been reading is called House of Hollow. It's very good. I know that my previous ASMR reading streams are still VODs on my channel, so you could check those out, but I just do highly recommend you read it. It's so good, especially if you're into dark fairy tales. I might have played with too much with fire to end up in a graveyard. Oh, maybe. Welcome to the afterlife, my friend. Don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. I'm very pleased to have found this channel. Oh, I'm very pleased to have you here. Arson, I love that username. Thank you. I love you too. Oh. Yes, lovely to have you guys here. Thank you for finding me in this afterlife. We have a lot of fun here. I play a lot of variety games during the day, but every Saturday night I do a reading ASMR stream. So I love to help you guys fall asleep. Forgot about my fruit. Oh, that's okay. That is okay. I try to give reminders when I remember too, so don't worry at all. Pyromane, yes. Honestly, I love playing with fire myself. One of my favorite scents is the smell of a campfire. Specifically, like if it's too cold outside and then you have a fire lit and it's like crackling, that smell specifically, the fire and the cold air. God, it's so good. You sound so sophisticated, and I mean that in a respectful way. Oh, I sound sophisticated. That is quite the compliment indeed. Ah, thank you so much. It's really cozy in the afterlife. Oh my god. I try to keep things cozy here. I want to create an environment where everyone can come and be themselves and just kind of exist and have a safe haven to be who you are. So I'm really glad that the coziness transcends that. She reads only the highest quality of smut. No, I don't read smut on stream. I don't read smut on stream, you silly. Maybe maybe in my free time, but not not on stream. Gosh, I don't even know. Would that be against Twitch TOS if I did that? On stream, you say? I've been debating on if I wanted to venture into that realm on stream, but I just don't know. Right now I'm in my spooky, scary, dark fantasy era. It would be against TOS. See, that's what I was thinking, yeah. Yesterday we had a nice big bonfire. I still smell like burnt wood and I love it. Oh god. That burnt wood smell and how it like sticks to your skin and your hair, you know? Gosh, I love it so much. I don't think it is, especially if you like censor it. I would have to look it up. That's something I would have to definitely research first, for sure. But, oh me, oh my. I do read a lot of it. You cannot say specific words, so smut isn't the issue, the words are. Oh, I see. Understood. There are pretty freaky streams on here. That's Aphrodite, that's so true. Especially in the ASMR tag. Sometimes when I do these streams on Saturday nights and then I try to find someone to raid out to, I I struggle. I struggle because half of my chat is definitely asleep, you know? So I don't want to like raid to someone that's like being too loud. And I also don't want to jump scare anyone. You know what I mean. And the times when you could pay to be on the front page, that was a wild time. No fucking shot. Could you really? It is true, but you never know where the big purple eye is looking. Mm-hmm. Yep. You never know. You never know. Although it would be such an honor and privilege if you were here right now watching me and gifting me a bunch of subs. Oh, Twitch overlords. I actually saw that happen once. That was fucking wild. Right? The amount of times I went through the ASMR tab and it's all 18 plus Dommy Mommy voices. I know, right? I know. And like, no tea, no shade. If that's what you're into, if that's what you're looking for, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But for me, personally, I only want to create content that I would want to consume myself. So reading is so much fun. Reading is so much fun. And I'm an audiobook girly too, so why not? And the rain sounds, it's just so cozy and nice. There's a reason it's no longer a thing. It resulted in very not safe for work streams being on the front page. Oh my god. It's so hard to find someone who isn't licking my ears. And like, no offense. No offense to anyone that listens to that. I actually have friends that are ASMR content creators that do that. That's totally fine. It's just not my cup of tea. It's just not my cup of tea. I would much rather have different ASMR sounds than the licking. Just my own personal preference. Just my own personal preference. It is difficult though. It is difficult. So whenever I raid out on my ASMR streams, I always try to be a little picky. Goon evening. Hello, Bo. Hello, nice to see you. With all the respect, it makes me so damn uncomfortable. Yes, respectfully. The thought of someone making that licking sound makes my skeleton want to leave my body. Have feet. Oh, thank you. Goon evening? I'm not a goon. Oh, hi, Ted. I need to catch one of your ASMR streams. Yeah, you need to get here at the beginning instead of the end. At the beginning instead of the end, so you can hear the book and get all cozy. Ah, it's hard, you know. Time zones are hard. Time zones are hard. I exist in Eastern Standard Time, so right now it's 1 a.m. for me. That and like the kissing back of my earlobe. EST gang. Oh, you are EST too. Well, I've been live for almost 4 hours, 3:40, something like that. I usually go live at 9:30. I think it's so interesting how everyone has ASMR preferences too, and they're also different. Like, I just enjoy that there's something for everyone here, you know? It's really nice. It's really nice that you know, you can kind of tailor your content for yourself. My preference is pretty ladies reading to me. Gee, I think you might be in the right spot then. I think you might be. The tingles. See, I get that vibe from the words, from the rain, you know? Oh, good. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the afterlife, friend. Please feel free to claim a daily piece of fruit for yourself. Somehow I feel like you can sing. I don't know why, just a gut feeling. Maybe because you sound melodic. Oh, I have, wow, first of all, thank you for the compliment. Second of all, I have done one single cover so far, and I did a duet cover for Christmas of Baby It's Cold Outside with my friend Kaisu. So that does exist out there somewhere. It does. But it's only a Christmas song. That's the only one I've done. ASMR sing stream? I don't know. Because if I sing ASMR, it wouldn't I need to project my voice in order to sing. I need to be loud in order to sing. Alright, Ghosty, I gotta do some stuff tonight before I pass out. Have fun being stinky? I am not stinky. Wow. Rude. Have a good night, Teddy. Please sleep well. Casket Rick rolling us when? Never. Never. Good morning, gorgeous. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Wait, what do you... Wait, what do you mean, good morning, gorgeous? What do you mean? Just off work. Oh, my. Well, welcome home, Lively. Welcome home. You smelly little ghost? Chat, you don't think I smell? Chat, do you think I smell? I do not smell. I smell good. If I smell like anything, it's good, okay? If I smell like anything, it's the smell of fresh fruit. Exclamation point stinky! No! I'm not stinky. Not home yet. Walking to my car. Ah, well, Lively, get home safe, okay? Please get home safe. Let's go! Exclamation point stinky. No! If you're a ghost, you shouldn't smell, you know? I don't! I do not. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Rude. So rude. Smell like lavender and roses, I can imagine. Or whatever a corpse smells like. Well, you new chatters might not know, but I am absolutely obsessed with fruit. Blueberries are my favorite, and I eat a lot of blueberries and strawberries specifically, so I guess if I was going to smell like anything, that would be it. I do not smell like a corpse, chat. I do not smell like a corpse. I am not a zombie. I'm not a zombie. I'm a poltergeist. They're different, okay? I am not rotting flesh. Smells like Teen Spirit. Yeah, it smells like Teen Spirit. Ectoplasm is odorless. Yes, odorless. Thank you. Thank you. See, you guys get it. You guys understand. You get it. Gosh, I do have to start thinking about what the next book is that I want to read, though. I really want to read Howl's Moving Castle on stream. I think that would be so much fun. It's one of my favorite books. It's really good. And I recently found out that it's a trilogy. So I think it would be cool to read all 3 books in the Howl's Moving Castle trilogy. I mean, there is fruit on you, though. There is. Yes, good eye. Yes. Slimy, though. Okay. Okay. Yes, ectoplasm is slimy. Yes, but I am not slimy. Okay? So it's not stinky. It's sticky. Oh. You guys think I'm sticky? Oh, God. Well, that could have many connotations, couldn't it? Exclamation point slimy. No, not slimy. I'm not, chat, I am not slimy. I am not. Insane. Insane comms in my chat right now. Wow, I can't believe you guys. Broken Empire Trilogy is pretty good. The Broken Empire Trilogy. What's that one about? I'll have to look that one up. I don't think I've heard about it. Broken Empire Trilogy. See, let me write that down. I am taking book requests, or maybe not requests, suggestions. I am taking book suggestions. Can you just read on Twitch, or do you need like a license to do so? You can just read on Twitch. I think that there are certain things that you have to do in order to like monetize that content on YouTube, for example. But on Twitch, since it's live reading, it's kind of it's kind of a moot point, you know? So I think technically the legality of it is that there are certain books that are Creative Commons that you can feel free to read at your leisure. But the books that I'm reading are all of my favorite books that are not technically Creative Commons, but they are fine as long as I am reading them to you guys live. The trilogy follows the life of Jorg Ancraft as he goes from scorned prince to emperor, using whatever means necessary it is. It's fairly close to dark fantasy. Ooh, okay, okay. And what was it called? Broken Empire trilogy. I'm just gonna Broken Empire, just to have it pulled up for later. Is that a bat symbol? It is. It is. So, part of my lore as a VTuber is before I fully decided that I wanted to be a ghost VTuber, I was playing around with the idea of being a vampire. And you know how vampires are usually like, they usually suck blood, right? I was thinking of the idea of how there's like vampire bats. So I was thinking I might do like a fruit vampire, like a fruit bat. But I ended up ultimately landing on the idea of Casket being a ghost instead of a vampire. That's cute. Yeah, so the bat on my outfit is like a little homage to what could have been Casket. It's my second favorite trilogy after the Metro series. Ooh, okay. Well, I wrote it down, so I'll definitely look into it and see if I can't work it into my rotation. It may not be your thing, but I feel One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a good book. Oh, it is a good book. It's been a long time since I've read that book, though. A long, long time. Forever ago. The more you know. Yes, the more you know. Truly. Because when I first started streaming, I started streaming in August, August of last year. And when I started streaming, I still had my username. FruitsCasket was my username on all platforms. And I was like, I don't want to change my username. How can I make my username work for me? Because I still am a really big FruitsBasket fan. So, I mean, it is really old. It is. It is. Wish I could be haunted by a ghost like you. It would be such a chill haunting. Oh, well, I only haunt with consent. So if you consent, I will gladly haunt you. A terrifying presence has entered the room. Oh. Reload. Is that terrifying presence you or me? Please, please, please. Chat, is this Riz? Please, 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 please. Hello, me. Oh, you are the terrifying presence. I wonder why I'm not scared. You are welcome any time of the day. Oh, really? Oh, chat, you flatter me, truly. I'm down for haunting? Really? Okay. Welcome into the afterlife, friend. Does haunting include hangout sessions? I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, right? We're just hanging out. Me and you and me. The duality of giving consent. Hey, consent is really important, okay? I am creating this space so everyone can be here and be comfortable and enjoy being who they are. And you know what? If being who you are includes you might want to be haunted by a little ghost, I mean, of course, I will give you that. Just don't knock stuff over. Okay, I can't make any promises because at my core I am a poltergeist and I will want to be mischievous. I am kind of a brat. So if you tell me not to knock stuff over, I might do it and then go, ooh, oops. You haunt me and I'll bring out snacks for you as well. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, snacks. I'm such a sucker for snacks. Just know if you do haunt my house, you're probably gonna run into a few other ghosts. Oh, really? Well, the more the merrier. Oh, gender fluid goose. Oh my god, first of all, goated name. Second of all, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the afterlife, my friend. Please don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. I will bring up the vacuum cleaner, young lady. Look, I ain't afraid of no Ghostbuster, okay? You can't keep me in no vacuum cleaner. I am much stronger than that. Not a Spielberg type of poltergeist, I hope. Not eager to watch my face melt. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Think more. Are you guys familiar with Danny Phantom? As cheesy as that is, I am corporeal first. I'm corporeal first. I would have to focus really hard to not be, okay? I can get you snacks, but they're all gonna be gluten-free. That's okay. That's okay. I like being healthy. First of many. Oh, really? Even Luigi, he emptied a whole mansion twice. Yes, even Luigi. I would give Luigi a really good fight. I would. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Thank you. I got you. It's industrial grade. So is my will to haunt you. So, good luck. Good luck with that. Yes, Danny Phantom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I've been dead a long time, chat. It's gonna take more than a vacuum cleaner to, do me away. Besides, you found yourself in my pocket dimension. If I come home with you, then I'm just a hitchhiking ghost that you've allowed. In the Pokemon games, I even have a Phantup named Danny. You do? Oh, I love Phantup. Phantup is one of my favorite Pokemon. I love the shiny Phantumps. The shiny ones are my favorite, really. The white and red. So good. If all else fails, call the Winchesters. Now that is a sandwich I want to be in. Are you kidding me? The Winchesters? Oh, fuck. What about two? What about two? Two vacuums? Why are you trying to exercise me, huh? Huh? Is this a ploy? Should I not trust you guys? Are you guys plotting my demise? I gave you guys a safe place, a safe haven, and you're just gonna threaten me with a vacuum cleaner? Okay, I hear you. Fine, I'm just gonna glue down everything. Because you don't want me to knock over your stuff? I feel like you're afraid, like that I'm gonna act like a cat or something and just like push everything to the edge of your tables. You can keep Sam and Dean. I'm keeping the car. Okay, you can have the car. You can have the car. I will gladly keep Sam and Dean. I don't have snacks, but I'm a baker. Give me an hour and we'll have brownies. I love brownies! Hell yeah. Hello, love. Hi, Gaia. Nice to see you. If a ghost meets her demise, does that mean she's alive again? No, that just means I'm double dead. Double dead. Dead again. Dead all over again. Trust, I've tried to be revived. It just doesn't work. Well, am I wrong? I mean, maybe you're not wrong. Maybe you're not wrong. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I do have the impulse to be mischievous. I'm so sorry. But if you glue everything down, then I'll probably just, like, I don't know, find a different way to annoy you. Maybe I'll, maybe I'll, maybe I'll hide things. That's a great idea. Maybe I'll, like, hide all of your left socks or something. Baker, goated. Gardener, too. I have a flower garden. Wait, Goose, what's your favorite flower? Damn, that giggle cured my bad day. What? What giggle? Wait, what? Me? Mine? Oh. You're welcome. I'm glad that I cured your bad day. Wait, if my giggle cured your bad day, then does that mean that I can does that mean you'll forgive me if I hide all of your left socks? Is that what that means? Hmm. Because I'm tempted to now. I just hope you know. That's a temptation that is there for me now. Why is my face being squeezed? Crimson, you were supposed to go to bed. Go to bed. No, I'm having fun. What do you mean? You can hide anything you want if you giggle like that? Oh. You guys, my mod is telling me that I need to go to bed. Offer, I get haunting, you get hugs. Okay, deal. That sounds like fun to me. You stream tomorrow. I do. I do stream tomorrow. I stream at 3 p.m. EST tomorrow, though. So I can sleep in a little bit. I always do art streams on Sundays, chat. So tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST, I'm going to be drawing on stream. Mod knows best, sorry. Hi, I'm off work. Mia! Oh my gosh, you've popped into my chat 3 times today, Mia! Which tomorrow? Sunday or Monday? Sunday. So today, I suppose, since it is almost 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, today. You'll run out of time in the morning if you sleep in too much. God, Crimson, you know me so well. Yeah, I can't get enough. I can't get enough. Oh, Mia. You're so sweet. Okay. Alright. I guess I should end stream. Thanks for stream. See, even Dr. King is like, yeah, Cass, you've yapped long enough. Time to go. Well, all you new chatters, thank you so much for coming in and joining the Afterlife today. If you guys use Discord, please feel free to join the Afterlife Discord. I always post my schedules there as well. I do try to keep things updated on Twitch, though. Symbolizes freedom and good fortune. Oh, leave them wanting more. Thanks for this brief but cute interaction. Have a lovely sleep. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for the lovely follows and support today. Much appreciated. Good night, Pookie. Good night, guys. Crim just coming in and being like, party's over, clear out, literally. It's like my fucking dad. Okay, well, let me see if I can't find anyone to raid. So that way the people who are here and asleep can hopefully find a new person. I have raided a couple of people who do reading streams too, so I think I'm gonna raid one of them. I have, let's see. Everyone out, yes. Everyone out. Good night. Thank you for the stream and probably curing my insomnia. This is going to be one hell of a sleep. Good. Please rest well, you guys. Please rest well tonight, okay? I'm gonna send you guys to my friend Flower. I rated her last Saturday, and her voice was very charming. Actually, before I do, I want to make sure she had, actually, the last time I rated her, she had ads on, and that was super scary. I think instead we're gonna raid Sophia. She's a cute teacher VTuber, and she is currently reading The House on the Borderland by William Hope Hodgson? Oh, okay. A cosmic horror. Okay, I'm into that. Cosmic horror? That's me. Crimson taking no prisoners. Yeah, truly. Is she hot for a teacher? Yeah, I think so. She also has the purple hair, too, so we gotta support each other. Okay, chat. Again, thank you guys for being here. Here are my raid commands, okay? This one is for my subscribers. Please copy and paste this message when we get into the next chat, okay? This really helps me and the person that I'm raiding. And this one is for everyone else, okay? So you can still play along with us. Thank you for being here. If you are someone who only really watches ASMR on stream, then my next ASMR stream is always at 9:30 p.m. on Saturdays. But if you want more of me tomorrow, I will be live at 3 p.m. EST drawing and having a cool chill art session with you lovely souls, okay? So I love you very much. Please sleep well, take care of yourself, drink water, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, okay? Good night, guys. Good night. Love you. Good night, good night. Good night. Sleep well. You too. Good night. Good night, you beautiful people. Bye.